Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the Richard Nixon Foundation's Grand Strategy Summit. My name is Joe, and I have the honor of being President and CEO of the Richard Nixon Foundation. Last evening set the tone perfectly for this year's Grand Strategy Summit. Thoughtful discussion, strong ideas, commitment to advancing American leadership in the world. Today, we'll keep that going with a full day of engaging conversations. Thank you. Sorry about that. Okay, today we'll keep that going with a full day of engaging conversations about America's grand strategy, America's role in the world, and how we can meet the challenge. That is, yeah. Before we get to our first speaker, we're going to hear a little bit from President Nixon and his wisdom and what guides the Nixon Foundation.
The greatest honor history can bestow is the title of peacemaker. This honor now beckons America, the chance to help lead the world at last out of the valley of turmoil and onto that high ground of peace that man has dreamed of since the dawn of civilization. If we succeed, generations to come will say of us now living, we mastered our moment. And I believe the American people are ready to answer this call.
I took great risks in order to bring the war to Vietnam to a conclusion, to assure the withdrawal of our forces, the incursion into Cambodia. The purpose of that was to shorten the war, to make sure that our withdrawal program could go forward on schedule, and to save American lives, and it worked. Now, all of these actions, you don't take them in order to prove that you're a madman or that you're a tough guy or a macho on the rest. You take them when it is in the interest of your foreign policy to make sure that you are a credible leader. The important thing that we've got to get across to the people in countries that are wavering between standing with us or going in the other direction or remaining neutral is that the United States is not a fair weather friend, that we will stand by our friends and allies when they are down as well as when they are up. Now, that may not make good diplomacy in the short run, but in the long term, I think it's absolutely essential if we're going to build the kind of support and respect and confidence in the United States that we need to have.
We are joined by Ambassador Mike Waltz and Christopher Nixon Cox. Ambassador Waltz was sworn in as the ambassador to the United Nations last month. He's a combat-decorated Green Beret, Army colonel, author, former congressman, and former national security advisor to President Donald Trump. He was the first Green Beret ever elected to Congress, where he served on the House Armed Services, Foreign Affairs, and Intelligence Committees. As a congressman, he was a member of the Nixon Seminar on Conservative Realism and National Security. Christopher Nixon Cox is a board member for the Richard Nixon Foundation and the grandson of President and Mrs. Nixon. Please join me in welcoming them this morning.
Well, good morning, everyone. It's great to see such a great turnout this morning, bright and early. And Mike, great to see you.
Thank you. You guys have me okay?
We can hear you perfectly, loud and clear.
Great.
Mike, I just got to ask you a question, personal question first. You're trading the Sharks of St. Augustine for the Sharks of Wall Street. How's New York treating you?
Yeah, thank you. Well, escalators and teleprompters aside, everything's going well. Nothing like starting the job the day before the Super Bowl of diplomacy in the UN High-Level Week. But if I can survive the tribes of Afghanistan and the U.S. Senate, then we can take on the tribes of the UN. But thanks so much for asking.
That's great. That's great. Well, welcome to my hometown. So, Ambassador Waltz, I just wanted to start off with a question about your role as UN ambassador. So, you're America's ambassador to the United Nations. How do you see your role in advancing the president's foreign policy goals on the world stage?
Well, first and foremost, my goals are nested within the president's goals and Secretary Rubio's goals, and I think the president Again, with no teleprompter, if I could say that again, articulated it quite well in front of the UN General Assembly, in that the UN has tremendous potential. And we need to get the UN back to basics, preventing wars, stopping wars, and keeping the peace, and cut out all of this other nonsense, mission creep, mandate creep, bureaucracy and bloat that has accumulated over the last 80 years. So first and foremost, in terms of priorities, is supporting the Secretary and the President as they seek to bring peace around the world. And the UN, despite our frustration with it, has a key role in so many things that we're trying to do. Of course, Iran and snapback sanctions, Syria and lifting sanctions in accordance with the President's bold move during his Middle East trip to visit with and meet with the new Syrian leader, Shara. Of course, DRC Congo and that step towards peace that's been frozen for decades. There is the world's largest peacekeeping force deployed there that we're looking to reauthorize. Conflicts that have been kind of off the radar screen and frozen, like Western Sahara and Morocco. We're in intense negotiations now and hooking a real political process to the reauthorization of the peacekeeping force there. And then on the very near horizon, Gaza and Haiti. So and I could keep going in terms of other elements that we touch. But that's first and foremost. Secondarily is reform. We already have, just in a short time, the Secretary General proposing a 15% budget cut, 18% personnel cut, and 25% peacekeeping cut that we've negotiated in the last couple of weeks. And maybe I'll stop there, but there are good elements as well. There are these bodies that no one has ever heard of or really pays attention to that touch American industry and touch our economy in either incredibly helpful ways or very destructive ways. Everything from AI to aviation to space to telecommunications. And we just had a big win in that regard, which I'm happy to elaborate on, in our global shipping and maritime fleet, in the sense that one of these bodies, the International Maritime Organization based in London, was on the verge of levying what would have been the first global carbon tax on the world's shipping fleet that would have immediately been passed on to consumers. And we were able to defeat that thanks to a lot of hard work and a lot of aggressive diplomacy.
I love that you're talking about UN reform, making the UN more efficient. I think that's a great topic. And the UN is at a really interesting moment. As the U.S. looks to reform the UN, China's also looking at the UN and saying, how can we take advantage of if the U.S. is leaving a vacuum in a certain area, or there are reforms that'll help China. So, one, touch more on the UN reforms. That's great too. But also, how do those reforms look with an eye towards China as well? Because China is, of course, a major player in the UN. So, how do you see UN reforms in the context of, China's growing role in the UN?
Well, honestly, that is a constant discussion that we're having across all of these multilateral spaces and all of these international organizations. And that's do we stay engaged and block and tackle and lead in line with our values and Western values? Or do we decide that it's just not worth the time, energy, treasure, and effort, and step back and step away? We've made that decision already, as the President has and the Secretary has as an administration. For example, with the atrocious behavior over the years of the Human Rights Council, which is an oxymoron in how it behaves here, even in the name itself, with the WHO. And with other organizations, for example, with our funding with UNRWA, the UN Relief Works Agency that in Gaza. But as I just mentioned, in other places, I think we are going to engage and block and tackle and win. That's in the International Telecommunications Union. That's in the International Maritime Organization and the International Labor Organization, where China is moving quite aggressively in these global standard-setting bodies. We want, on the one hand, either in the case of AI, we're talking a lot about AI freedom, not AI regulation. So if we're concerned about federal government in the United States over-regulation, you can only imagine our concerns with global regulation with the EU, China, and Russia involved. And in other cases, even stepping back more broadly, we are still the largest bill payer. China is creeping up to a very close second. And this is a key space in our competition with the People's Republic of China. So for those, and believe me, I understand that say we should just shut the place down, turn out the lights on the embassy and walk away. I think there's a much more nuanced calculation and response to that, because this is a space that our adversaries are competing on.
So that's a really good point, which is that we just can't abandon the UN. It is a tool that we can use to promote American interests. But a lot of Americans look at the UN and it's either something distant and corrupt or view it with hostility. How are you working to change that perception and that reality?
Well, wearing my hat as a former member of Congress, and as I said in my testimony before the Senate, I approach nearly every decision I can here with America first, with the American taxpayer first. So if I had to stand up in a town hall with a group of mechanics and firemen and women and nurses and teachers and tell them, and testify to them that their money is being well spent in line with our interests, that would be incredibly tough right now. And that's why we're using, quite frankly, our contribution as leverage for reform. The last time that was done was 1999 with Jesse Helms in terms of driving some meaningful reform. I've had those tough conversations with the Secretary General already. We are authorizing spending on some things and not others until we see things like salary and benefits reform for these international civil servants, till we get greater transparency, till we get a truly independent inspector general type entity within the UN. And I can go on, but look, it's their money. We pay for about a quarter of all of the bills here. And I can tell you, I take it incredibly seriously, as does the president and the secretary. But again, it's cutting out the fat and the nonsense and getting back to the basics of burden sharing and getting back to the basics of driving peace and stability around the world. And just case in point, in Haiti, and this is where this is where I think we just have to be better communicators in many ways. In Haiti, we've been footing the entire bill the last couple of years to the tune of over $1 billion to try to stabilize the situation there, a country that's been completely taken over by gangs, is coordinating with the cartels in Colombia, in Venezuela, destabilizing our hemisphere. As a Floridian, the last thing we want is an immigration or a migration crisis onto our shores. Well, we've made a decision to engage the UN again. Rather than paying the entire bill, we are going to have burden sharing. We are going to have their infrastructure there. The Kenyans and other partners are stepping up to try to stabilize the tragedy that's ongoing there. That is far better than, I think, the United States paying 100% of the bill, much less having troops involved like we did in the 1990s under the Clinton administration. So and of course, the ongoing situation in Gaza, we are going to have others, both on the humanitarian and in the stabilization, kind of taking that on under the umbrella. Still, the details to be determined and under active negotiation, but we do need the good parts. We need to cut out the nonsense.
So since this is a conference sponsored by the Nixon Foundation, I need to get a quote in from my grandfather. So in his 1969 address to the UN General Assembly, President Nixon said, good words are not a substitute for hard deeds, and noble rhetoric is no guarantee of noble results. How does that idea guide your approach at the UN today?
You know, it's fascinating how true those words still ring. We need a lot more action and a lot less talk. I am in meeting after meeting with a lot of heated rhetoric that doesn't result in a lot of action. But I will continue to go back to the point. President Trump is a president of peace. I was absolutely thrilled to see him receive the Nixon Foundation award that he did. That he is literally defying diplomatic gravity in so many spaces. And I would argue that under his leadership, we still need one place in the world where everyone can talk. Even if it's the North Koreans, the Venezuelans, the Europeans, the Russians, the Chinese. I will have more engagements with the Chinese and Russians this week. I will have lunch with them today, and we will find common ground on a number of items, and we'll duke it out on the others where we disagree. But we need one place in the world where everyone can talk, and I want it to be in the United States, not somewhere else.
So you touched on some things about how, at the UN, you're thinking about ways to push forward the president's America First agenda. One of the big parts of that agenda is in securing resources around the world for the United States in terms of rare earths and other critical minerals, being able to process those with allies or in the United States, and essentially helping rebuild that defense industrial base, but bringing in the critical minerals we need to support those industries that we're rebuilding. Is there a way, and I know this is a really important issue for you and has been for a long time, so I'm trying to pigeonhole that into this question, but is there a way as ambassador to the UN that you can support that vision of rebuilding the American defense industrial base?
Well, yeah, absolutely. One is, again, the trade-off of having partners or even UN peacekeepers as a stabilizing force rather than an overcommitment of U.S. troops and resources, which we've seen over the last 20 years. So that's one. Two, yes, we have been ringing the alarm bells, wearing my old congressional hat on the critical mineral issue for some time. I was able to push the Pentagon to create a stockpile of antimony 5 years ago, and we just saw that raise its ugly head in the recent negotiations. But I would just say that we're laying out a strategy now in the critical mineral space, but we're also laying it out in the fossil fuel, in the oil and gas space as well. The war on American energy, ground zero for it is right here in the UN. And we just saw that play out in a meaningful way at the IMO. I touched on it earlier. This would have essentially, if this rule had gone through for a vote this past week, it would have levied upwards of $12 to $15 billion a year, $1 billion a month on our global shipping industry. That would have, number one, been immediately passed on to consumers. Number two, eventually forced within the next 10 years, a complete overhaul of our shipping fleet, which guess what? Would have moved it towards fuels that are being subsidized by the EU and can only be done in shipyards in China. And then thirdly, would have created a $15 billion slush fund to further, as the president says, this Green New Scam. We cannot win the AI race on wind and solar alone. We can't create greater dependencies on China through pigeonholing ourselves from a critical minerals and an energy space as the world's largest producer of turbines and solar. And we need an all of the above solution. But what we're seeing is, to the extent we negotiate out over regulation in our trade deals, they're trying to backdoor it through these multilateral spaces. And so we're just going to be on offense, Chris, across the board from a regulatory standpoint or a deregulatory standpoint. I don't think I'll get to we have to eliminate 20 regulations for every one that they put in. Unfortunately, I don't have that kind of control that the president has over over the executive branch, but we're going to fight and block and tackle along those lines.
That's terrific. So I know we're kind of getting to the end of our time. So one question I wanted to touch on before we left was the World Food Program. It's been something the U.S. has heavily funded. Food is something, obviously, that a lot of people can agree on. We should be feeding people around the world who, are hungry. But there's also a lot of issues with that, with our adversaries. What do you see as the future of the World Food Program, and what should its mission be going forward?
Well, if I could just answer that talking more broadly about the humanitarian aid space and the development aid space. And I say that very deliberately because we have to make a distinction between the two. The United States is the most generous nation in the world by far, by multiples. Just estimates on our private sector charitable giving is over $500 billion a year. That's 10 times the UN's entire budget, right? So in order to be generous and humanitarian, that doesn't mean we have to put every dollar through a multilateral institution. And I just recently sat with some of the representatives of 6 of the most generous families in the United States in this space. And by their estimate, only 30% of the dollar actually gets to people in need when it's putting it through a number of these UN-backed institutions. So that's just a starting point. So what we're looking at, and I just sat down with my team looking through this strategy, is the private sector has to get much more involved, number one. Number two, governments just can't afford the old thinking of more money, more people in terms of reflecting your priorities. With us hitting over $1 trillion in interest on our debt, with the European Union in an even more difficult place. Interestingly, China is increasing exponentially its regular budget giving, but not its voluntary that goes to a lot of these development agencies. It's just not sustainable. So we're looking at how to get the private sector more engaged. And interestingly, in the meeting with the Secretary General and President Trump, we talked a lot about lowering barriers in a lot of these developing countries and how the UN can focus on that so that we lower barriers for private sector investment that will, 1, benefit American companies, 2, create jobs, but 3, kind of the rising tide lifts all boats. And I would encourage everyone to look at Secretary Rubio's op-ed this year of trade, not aid, and how we reduce dependencies, lift these countries up from an economic standpoint, and benefit the United States under America First rubric. So that's just kind of how we're approaching it all. Obviously, our approach to World Food Program will be a key part of that. We will continue to be generous on a humanitarian standpoint, but it's the development aid that needs massive reform.
Well, we have just a few seconds left, and I know, Mr. Ambassador, you've been a champion of veterans and people who served our military for as long as you've been in the public eye. Maybe you could just take the last few seconds we have just to give me some thoughts on how you're incorporating either veterans into your UN mission or how you're helping raise a new generation of leadership from the ranks of our veterans, just in the minute we have left.
Yeah, sure. Well, I'll tell you, every day that I wake up, I try to get a little exercise in before we sit through 15 hours of meetings and discussions. And I look in the mirror. I put on this bracelet of one of my soldiers that I lost in Afghanistan, and I tell myself to be worthy. Be worthy of his loss, be worthy of his family. We've had a series of meetings with the hostage families in Israel. I don't know if Robert O'Brien is there with you, but him, my wife, Julia, who stood up the hostage office. I guess we'll just I'll just answer by saying we will always bring that mentality to every discussion. I want this to be a powerful tool in the president's toolkit to keep us out of wars. And to the extent we have to ever use hard power, that it's the big stick standing behind diplomacy, and that people know that it'll be used decisively along the lines of what we just saw in Iran, frankly. But when it comes to these longer-term difficult issues like what we're going to see in Gaza, others have to share the burden. And this is a vehicle to do that. And I'm determined to make this as powerful as a tool in the president and the secretary's toolkit as possible.
Well, thank you very much, Ambassador Waltz. We really enjoyed having you this morning, and I know everyone was very excited to hear your remarks. So thank you very much for your time, and good luck in New York.
Thank you.
We will now take a brief break before the next panel.
Thanks, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, our program will resume in 2 minutes. Our program will resume in 2 minutes.
Okay, welcome back to the Grand Strategy Summit, and we are about to get started on our next session, which will cover what it means for America to lead on the world stage today. Our participants today are Bonnie Glick, who's an American diplomat and businesswoman who served as the Deputy Administrator of the United States Agency for International Development from 2019 to 2020, nominated by President Trump and confirmed unanimously by the United States Senate. She currently serves as a senior fellow at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies. Glick's prior experience includes 12 years as a Foreign Service officer with tours in Ethiopia and Nicaragua and positions at the State Department, the National Security Council, and the U.S. mission to the United Nations. Juan Guaido served as interim president of Venezuela from 2019 through 2023. Widely recognized as a global champion of democracy, he led efforts to restore constitutional order and freedom during one of Venezuela's most turbulent periods. His leadership inspired international support for the Venezuelan people's fight for liberty and democracy. And our moderator today is Matthew Foldy. If you were here last night, you'll remember Matthew. He's the co-founder and editor-in-chief of the Washington Reporter. Please welcome our panelists.
Well, good morning, everyone. You're not rid of me just yet. And we tried to get Pitbull for this panel, but instead of Mr. Worldwide, we have Mr. and Mrs. Worldwide. We've got Mr. 58 and Mrs. 301 here. And I think let's kick things off with President Guaido to have you talk about the elephant in the room, which is, in my estimation, President Trump not winning the Nobel Peace Prize. Now, it went to a very deserving Venezuelan leader, Maria Corina Machado, who also lost a contested Latin American presidential election. Tell me your thoughts on her leadership and how sort of you view that decision by the Nobel Peace Prize.
Well, good morning and thank you for the invitation. As you know, speaking about Pitbull, I was forced to exile by the Maduro regime. And in this moment in Miami, in the capital of the Spanish, as you know, I have to warn you, my English is not very good looking, like used to say Celia Cruz. But speaking about not only the President Trump, I want to talk about the commitment of the President Trump has been determined in confronting Maduro, by the way. What happened in Venezuela is not only a dictatorship. They become a criminal autocracy. What began as an authoritarian regime has evolved into a system that fuses state power with organized crime, using the nation's wealth to serve not our people, but to evade justice and sustain power through fear, corruption, and violence. Several years of struggling back in Venezuela, not only the recognition of the President Trump in 2019 at our interim government in that moment, the winning of the National Assembly back in 2015, and Maria Corina Machado won the Nobel Peace Prize. And immediately they recognized the leadership of President Trump, who in this moment is leading an operation back in the Caribbean to confront, to face that criminal regime back in Venezuela that use narco-trafficking, terrorism, and directly to threaten the Western Hemisphere in this moment. They use chaos as a weapon, the human suffering as weapon, the migration, El Tren de Aragua, who is leading criminal organizations in all Latin America. So in this moment, that operation in the Caribbean is not against Venezuelan, by the way. It's against a criminal regime leading by Maduro and his cronies. So I'm sure that the commitment, the leadership of President Trump, not only the Caribbean, around the world, is not only for a Nobel Peace Prize, it's to stabilize the region, is to not only try to achieve a free continent that suppose, as by the way, Senator Marco Rubio in his confirmation hearing say, America must remain prosperous, stronger, and safer. And this leading way need the Americas, prosperous, stronger, and safer. So the freedom, the security, and our future are inseparable in this moment, and President Trump knows well.
And President Guaido, tu inglés es mejor de mi español, so you don't have to worry about that. Bonnie, let's also get your thoughts on the Nobel Peace Prize decision. We'll talk more about what you did in the first Trump administration with the Abraham Accords, but it seems to me that there's hardly been someone more deserving of the Nobel Peace Prize, even just for what Trump did in the first 4 years. And we discussed last night that President Obama received the Nobel Peace Prize for being elected in 2008, and yet here we are. Trump, just like Nixon, has not yet received the Nobel Peace Prize.
Well, first of all, thank you to the Nixon Foundation for convening all of us here today. It is great to see President Guaido, who has been a heroic leader of the Venezuelan people, as have many others who have been fighting the dictatorial and illegitimate regime of Nicolas Maduro, as well as his predecessor. We will all remember Hugo Chavez, who basically turned Venezuela into a narco-terrorist supporting state with connections to some of the worst terrorists around the world. When it comes to the Nobel Peace Prize, Maria Corina Machado is certainly a very brave and patriotic Venezuelan citizen who has done an awful lot for the Venezuelan people. But even she, in accepting the Nobel Peace Prize, dedicated it to the people suffering in Venezuela, and also to President Trump for his efforts to build peace and make peace and be the peacemaker around the world. So the Nobel Peace Prize Committee, sitting in Norway, almost can't get out of its own way. They can't deny the undeniable, which is that President Trump is a force for peacemaking in the world, and he was a logical choice for the Nobel Peace Prize. But Oslo, Norway, has really been captured, as has much of Western Europe, by this progressive cult and the chattering class of the World Economic Forum and other organizations similarly aligned. Obama, as you said, was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize just 12 days after assuming office, and he got the Nobel Peace Prize, the committee said, because of what he would do in the future, because up until that point in time, what had he done? He was a community organizer. Were the communities at war which he organized? It was
the south side of Chicago.
It was the south side of Chicago. So when you think about the Nobel Prizes in general, they are heavily politicized. The Nobel Peace Prize itself is sort of an anachronism in history because it's awarded under the name of Alfred Nobel, who himself was an arms and ammunitions maker and dealer. And so perhaps this was his penance to set up the Nobel Peace Prize in his own name to make up for all of the weapons that he sold all over the world. But it sort of comes full circle when you look at how President Trump, who has, in the course of just his first 9 months in office in his second term, built peace in 8 different situations around the world. You kind of can't beat that. at the same time, it is symptomatic of the place we are in as conservatives in the world.
And I'm really excited to be moderating this panel very early in the morning, and thanks to everyone for being here. I mean, we have two people who I could hardly think of better people, other than Pitbull, to be on this panel. And for those of you who don't know
who Pitbull is.
Okay, all right. That's a problem for next year. We'll get him next year. But maybe we'll get Bad Bunny and Pitbull on stage next year. But I think for those of you who don't know, President Guaido was recognized by the first Trump administration as the legitimate president of Venezuela. And one of the things that Congressman Deregulation talked about last night, and I'll paraphrase slightly, was Trump reclaimed peace as a term from the left that was normally synonymous with surrender and weakness and America retreating, a la Afghanistan. And made it into something that, you know, is a cliche, but is peace through strength. And one of the many ways in our own hemisphere that I love seeing is President Guaido, what we're seeing, the strikes on what the Trump administration is claiming to be drug boats coming from Venezuela, Colombia. These strikes are happening, in some cases, thousands of miles off the coast of the United States, but I think sometimes it's better to solve a problem before it becomes a bigger problem. From your standpoint, do you think that these are legitimate targets? I mean, these are, our Department of War is bombing these and releasing the kill cam footage. What is actually going on with these boats? You know, the Trump administration is saying they're carrying drugs. You're both characterizing the Maduro regime as a narco-terrorist state. Is this a good move by the administration?
Well, Maduro is indicted by terrorism, drug dealer, trafficking. Two generals, Venezuelan generals, awfully, very bad in this moment, are in jail in Venezuela, and they point Maduro as the lead of the drug cartel operation. As I said before, Maduro is not only a regular dictatorship regime that uses the power of the state for being in power. He has become a criminal autocracy. They have links with Hezbollah, Iran, Russia, also China, to sustain power through fear, corruption, and violence. The operation, and let's be clear, the operation back in the Caribbean is a legit operation. The U.S. Navy's presence in the Caribbean are not against Venezuelan people. We Venezuelan people welcome every effort that upholds the rule of international law to confront that kind of regimes. We are in a decade struggle for the democracy being restored in Venezuela, back in the streets, in a non-violent struggle with the rule of law, winning an election last year, July 28, and in this moment, when Maduro faced true leadership, he's afraid of Trump. It's important this. He's in this moment facing the rule of law. I want to repeat, we welcome every effort that will hold the rule of international law and the leadership of President Trump. The real enemy is not Venezuelan nation. We Venezuelans not being threatened. It's the criminal system led by Maduro and his cronies. So it's not only indicted, it's not only his ties with ELN, FARC dissidents back in South America, the train, the Aragua that they use like some kind of third-party operations that threaten all the region. In this moment, our Venezuelan struggle is not isolated. It's a mirror of what happened when corruption, impunity, and foreign interference, talking about China, Iran, and Russia, converge. So, if the world tolerates criminal autocracies like Maduro's, they invite others. If we allow chaos to be weaponized, it will not stop at our borders. It is spread all the region. So it's a legit operation that target who lead a drug cartel and says kidnap a nation to promote chaos into the region.
And I want to drill down on what you were just saying. There was an intelligence assessment that Tulsi Gabbard, the director of national intelligence here, put out linking Nicaragua like this, hand in glove with the Maduro regime. Can you talk about what those links are, and does Venezuela have to be this way? Again, you were the president of Venezuela. I assume that you were not working hand in glove with Nicaragua. What is that country? How can that relationship be severed when Maduro is no longer running that country?
Well, I want to use one example. Back in Chile, the general attorney back in Chile focus or point Diosdado Cabello and Nicolás Maduro. Also, by the way, Gabriel Boric, president of Chile, he point Nicolás Maduro and Diosdado Cabello as the material, the authors, intellectual authors of the assassination of El Teniente Ojeda, Lieutenant Ojeda, who was exiled in Chile for the persecution of the Maduro regime. The general attorney of Chile indict Diosdado Cabello, who's the second in charge of Maduro, and Gabriel Boric point the Maduro regime to lead that assassination executed by El Tren de Aragua. They use this kind of organization to terrorize, to transnational persecution, not only in Chile, Colombia. 1 week ago, they tried to kill two of members of our team who was exiled back in Colombia. That's the kind of regime that hold Maduro. With Maduro in power, leading all the assets, all the commodities back in Venezuela, that's a real threat for all the Western Hemisphere. If Maduro says power or stay in control, it's going to be Iran, Russia, China, in the middle of the continent. And again, the chaos is not only a consequence, it's his tool to threaten all the region.
And I warned everyone we're going to be zooming all over the world. I will note the Trump administration just put a bounty on Maduro's head of 10 or 100 million.
50 million, yeah.
50 million, all right, split the difference. So if we have any enterprising bounty hunters who are listening today, you might get him back as president a little bit faster if you carry out that bounty. And Bonnie, you were talking about how Trump, in essence, should have gotten the Nobel Peace Prize the first time. The Nobel Committee said they kind of fell back on the excuse of, well, we had to make the decision so early in what was Trump's second term, and as you noted, Obama received it regardless of that fact. But looking back at what he accomplished with the Abraham Accords, and I assume we're probably going to get to how those have been a huge success in the wake of the Hamas savage terrorist attack on southern Israel on October 7th. But you yourself were an instrumental part in the Abraham Accords during the first Trump term. What, I guess we'll come next to what countries you think could be on the horizon, but can you talk about how that alliance diplomatic tool was a way for America to exercise its influence, and I think specifically with Morocco, but pick your country that joined it.
Sure, and it's a great question.
Thank you.
I think it is a great question. I do want to point out one little thing that's just a data point on Venezuela here for the audience to remember. Going back now almost 40 years, Venezuela was the wealthiest country in South America, the wealthiest country. It is now one of the poorest countries in the world because the natural resources of the country have been pillaged by successive dictators. And when we think about the future of Venezuela, having President Guaido here with us today, when we think about the future that could be for Venezuela, it's as an important trading partner and an important peace partner for the United States, and a tremendously, potentially powerful influence in our hemisphere. Extremely important. Now to the Abraham Accords. The Abraham Accords were the most extraordinary foreign policy achievement of the Trump administration in its first term. This was, you will recall, around August 2020, when it was announced that Israel would normalize peaceful relations with the United Arab Emirates and with Bahrain, and then followed with a signing ceremony on the White House lawn, and then in quick succession, 2 additional peace treaties were signed. A funky microphone moment here.
Trendaragua, cutting the mic already. Wow.
It's either them
We're
or
on
the
to something.
Chinese.
Yeah.
It could be the Iranians.
We got a lot of countries that will not like this panel.
Followed in quick succession by peace agreements signed with Morocco and with Sudan. The tremendous success of the Abraham Accords, 4 peace agreements signed in the period of about 3 months, was more than had been accomplished in 40 years of diplomacy, Middle East diplomacy in the United States. We had the Camp David Accords signed between Israel and Egypt in 1979, and we had a peace agreement signed between Israel and Jordan in 1993. 2 agreements were deemed amazing accomplishments for Middle East peace, yet President Trump got 4 peace treaties signed, and all of this Wayback Machine to 2020, all of this, you'll remember, was during COVID. So some of the most extraordinary diplomatic efforts were undertaken, but it wouldn't have happened if the groundwork hadn't been laid a la President Trump. And the way President Trump presents possibilities to international partners is, this is why it's good for you, not why this would be bad for you. It's a very different orientation when you think about it. And when you think about, this is just a funky one. Let's try it. When you think about,
Okay, you're the problem.
I think I am the problem. When you think about what President Trump has done for, okay, we'll try this one. Thank you. When you think about what the president has done for peace in the Middle East and what the potential options are moving forward, it is really incredible, and the possibilities seem almost endless. Now, no one anticipated that on October 7th, 2023, Hamas terrorists would invade Israel and engage in the worst massacre of Jews since the Holocaust. And over 1,200 people were murdered and 251 hostages were taken into Gaza. We saw last week that we are on the road to having an implemented ceasefire. The remaining living hostages, 20 people, have been repatriated to their country, and 28 bodies were left behind. The Palestinian terrorists in Gaza have been slowly foot-dragging to return the remains of hostages who have been held for over 2 years in tunnels in Gaza. We'll see if they're able to carry out their end of this stage of the peace agreement to end with a ceasefire.
It is worth noting. I mean, they violated it every single day. But Hamas had to. They knew they would have to return the dead bodies, and then now they're like, sorry, those dead bodies. We're going to give you random dead bodies. But I want to come back to October 7th later. But can you talk about the creation of this alliance? I'd love if you can dive into Morocco specifically and why that specific country
is important.
Not only was important, but the way in which Morocco was chosen almost at the expense of, I hope there are no Algerians here, Algeria.
So I'm going to go first. We're going to go through a quick timeline of where we are today, just to bring everyone up to date. Where we are today is President Trump went to Israel to address the Israeli parliament, the Knesset, and from there he traveled where he was just received by the Israelis as the most heroic foreign figure in history. Because he returned hostages to their families. He then went to Egypt, where he convened a Middle East peace summit with 20 leaders who weren't all from the Middle East, some from Europe. The president of Paraguay came. Interesting, he traveled amongst the farthest. Another traveler who came from very far was President Subianto of Indonesia. When we think about the Abraham Accords and where they're going, and we can talk about this a little bit later, everyone always says the magic bullet is going to be Saudi Arabia. I actually think the magic country to enter into normalization and peace agreements with Israel is going to be Indonesia, the largest, most populous Muslim majority country in the world. Now, to your question about Morocco, Morocco was the third country of the Abraham Accords to sign a normalization agreement with Israel. I say normalization because Morocco was never officially in a state of war with Israel. They just didn't have normal diplomatic relations. So in that vein, we figured that Morocco might be a little bit of an easier nut to crack than other countries that are technically, officially still at war with the state of Israel. And what happened, and history will retell this, I'm sure, but there were certain things that the Moroccans were interested in receiving as benefits for normalizing relations with Israel. And among those things was an American determination that control of Western Sahara would be something that would be determined not at the United Nations, but that we recognized Moroccan control over sovereignty of Western Sahara. This is something, Matthew, as you pointed out, Algerians were ticked off over because Algeria has been supporting the rebel Polisario. Some might call it a terrorist organization. They've been launching terror attacks on Moroccans in Morocco for a long time. And America just determined this should not be a stumbling block for the Moroccans getting to peace with Israel, to normalized relations. So we recognized Moroccan control over sovereignty of Western Sahara, and now that area is commercializing, and there are tremendous natural resources and phosphorus, which is Morocco's chief export, as well as tourism going into the region of Western Sahara. The other reason why Morocco is most interesting of all of the Arab countries and North African countries for making peace with Israel is that 1 in every 7 Israelis traces their lineage to Moroccan. So they are Moroccan Israelis. And it's a very powerful voting bloc in the Israeli Knesset. It's a very powerful cultural bloc in Israel. So having normalized relations with this North African kingdom was something extremely important and significant to Israel and to Morocco, and America was able to make that happen under President Trump.
She's being modest. It took about 2 phone calls from her and then to some 3-letter agencies, and then Morocco was admitted to the Abraham Accords. Now, President Guaido, We've seen at this point, and this was obviously a big issue in our elections, hundreds of thousands of Venezuelans fleeing due to the chaos that you've described as a tool of the Maduro regime. Many of them have ended up in America, such as yourself. And you've talked about this a little bit, but I'm curious if you can address Americans who would say, whatever happens in Venezuela is not our problem. I take it you probably don't agree with that.
Yeah, it's a good question because the Venezuela struggle is not a distant tragedy. I never imagined that Venezuelans can walk from Caracas to the southern border, and that's necessity. You don't leave your house, your family, your home, your people for lack, You do that for necessity. So Venezuelan struggle is not a distant tragedy. It's a test of whether freedom can still prevail when tyranny disguises itself as democracy. Our fight is not only for a nation sovereignty, but also for the security and stability of the entire hemisphere. Because Venezuela is not just another country in crisis, It's a nation that holds us. We heard before, the largest proven oil reserve on Earth. Again, the largest ones on all Earth. Vast gas and mineral resources in the middle of the continent, an immense freshwater, biodiversity, those resources in this moment, the very ones that fuel prosperity, clean energy, all over the region and the world are today being used by a criminal regime for finance, repression, terrorism, chaos, tren de agua, drug dealers, not only in the Caribbean, also in the U.S. because Maduro stole an election, he committed fraud. So the restoring democracy back in Venezuela is not only a moral duty, it's a strategic imperative for the Americas. Not only United States, also Latin America. We are already seeing what happened in Colombia with Petro. It's part of the problem for sure, but it's an imperative and a strategic for all the region. And I have to say again, I heard in that moment Senator Marco Rubio hearing in the Senate, America must remain prosperous, stronger, and safer. And I agree. But my belief is the Americas must be for that goal, for that. And we already seen, the immigration problem. And the problem is not the immigration, it's the safer of the border. The migrants are part of the building of this, not only this country, also Venezuela, by the way. So in this moment, when Venezuela stands free, the hemisphere stands taller, for sure. When we protect our people, their resources under the rule of law, we protect the world's security and the future of freedom itself. So it's a strategic action to achieve that we hold, and not only free Venezuela, also a free continent, talking about Cuba and Nicaragua, that is part of the problem for sure.
And one of the most undeniable successes of the Trump second term has been the near total cessation of illegal immigration. And President Trump talked about how under Biden, Venezuela was actually safer because they were just emptying their prisons and sending these people to the United States of America, tren de agua gangs, things like that. What does Venezuela look like right now? How has the crackdown on illegal immigration impacted Venezuela? Is that a thing that's being felt with, as you were just describing, people are not packing up their bags and walking, across dangerous terrain in Central America and South America to get to the United States? How has our no longer having an open border policy in America affecting your home country?
Well, the people is still fleeing from Latin America, South America, but the problem is still the same, Maduro. I want to get back to my country in a safer way. If I've been there, I've been killed or in a jail, like many of my people back in Venezuela. My team is still in jail back in Venezuela. My uncle was detained and tortured in a military jail back in Venezuela. That happened when you only raise your voice, when you speak with truth back in Venezuela. If we resolve the problem that Maduro have become for all the continent, we also will be solving the migration situation. And I have to insist, it's Maduro the consequence or the cause, per se, of this, and they saw that they can use that as leverage in all the continent to promote his terrific regime all over the world. But I have to insist, if we resolve the problem, we're going to see a stronger Venezuela also, a prosperous one, and a country that people want to live, to get back, to stay, to achieve, to dream again back in our country. With the largest oil reserve in the world, we can grow fastly in the continent and stabilize all the region, and to promote healthy relations, economic relations, but also diplomatic ones, to secure and promote leverage all over the continent and the world.
Bonnie, you were the #2 Senate-confirmed leader of U.S. aid, confirmed unanimously back when the Senate did such things. Now, this, of course, happened before the Biden administration used U.S. aid as a piggy bank to fund insane, comedically insane, and at times illegal grants to far-left NGOs all over the world. It's somewhat an honor that I'm the only journalist who never received a paycheck from U.S. aid. What should the State Department's new international assistance program look like globally, and then also specifically when it comes to countering China's Belt and Road Initiative?
That is a fantastic question, and I'm my good friend
Don't
Ambassador.
forget, it's 2 questions, so I want you on both.
My good friend Ambassador Waltz took my line. I always start off conversations sort of on the wither USAID level of America is the most generous country in the history of the world. And it's something that we as Americans almost just take for granted, that it's in our DNA, it's built into who we are as Americans, that we offer a hand up to people who are in need, wherever that might be. And for almost 60 years, the United States did that through USAID. We helped countries both on their paths toward economic development and paths toward stabilization, as well as we stepped in when there were humanitarian crises. And you heard Ambassador Waltz talking about this distinction between development and humanitarian crises. I think where things went wrong in the Biden administration, and Matthew, you pointed out these comedically insane distributions of American taxpayer dollars, but there were also illegal distributions of American taxpayer dollars. Our tax money went to fund organizations that were in violation of U.S. law. One concrete example of that would be organizations that operated in violation of the Taylor Force Act. The Taylor Force Act was actually championed by Ambassador Waltz when he was in Congress, and it was designed to keep American tax dollars from flowing to Palestinian organizations, NGOs, and the Palestinian Authority for paying terrorists lifetime annuities, or if they were killed in their suicide attacks, annuities to their families in perpetuity for killing Americans in Israel. And
Taylor Force himself was an American military veteran who was stabbed to death by a Palestinian terrorist in Israel
Aviv.
on an organized trip, stabbed to death.
Yeah, exactly. He was on a trip to visit the Startup Nation as part of a business school trip to see how innovation thrives in Israel. And a Palestinian terrorist came up to him in the street in Tel Aviv and stabbed him to death. So Ambassador Waltz, Congressman Waltz, helped push forward the Taylor Force Act in recognition that we cannot support entities that pay others to kill us. Well, under President Biden, that's exactly what USAID did with NGO and what are called international NGO funding of organizations that contributed to the coffers of terrorist organizations. This would include, and Ambassador Waltz mentioned this, UNRWA, the UN Relief Works Agency for Palestinian Refugees, which has been proven to be complicit in the October 7th terrorist attacks in Israel. The Biden administration funded UNRWA to the tune of $3 billion after we in the first Trump administration cut all assistance to UNRWA. This is just an example of how American trust in USAID was eroded. And yet, American heartstrings are pulled when there are tornadoes or there are hurricanes in the Caribbean and islands are wiped out because of a storm. We want to help. And so USAID was shut down and is being restructured under the Department of State. And my sense is that the humanitarian component, that part that pulls on American heartstrings when people are displaced from their homes because of war, or when people are suffering from real famine in countries like Sudan and Nigeria, when people are suffering humanitarian crises, America will be there. The efforts that the Biden administration undertook in what is called development assistance were the areas that Congress really took a red pen to and struck out of the budget. And for American NGOs that want to support all of the insane, I'll use your word, Matthew, the programming that was developed by the Biden administration, they're perfectly able to do that from their own personal checkbooks. But the American taxpayer writ large won't be doing much of that moving forward. I think, too, when you think about your next question about how USAID now under the Department of State can be used to counter China and China's Belt and Road Initiative, which was their start of development assistance around the world, usually in the form of large-scale infrastructure projects. It's hard to compete with the Chinese Communist Party and their seemingly endless capacity to fund infrastructure projects, bridges that may or may not be helpful to a particular community, soccer stadiums in subnational capitals in developing countries, significantly ports in strategically located parts of the world from which the Chinese military, the People's Liberation Army, can operate. These are the kinds of projects that China has funded through its Belt and Road Initiative. With $6 trillion at their disposal. Well, American taxpayers aren't going to pay $6 trillion in development assistance to anyone, not even here at home. However, where America comes in and is massively competitive with China was also alluded to by Ambassador Waltz. This is where our private sector comes in. When there are actual incentives to build. There are actual incentives to invest in communities, to build workforces locally that are capable of building trade relations with the United States in the short, medium, and long terms. These are areas where our government can harness the best and brightest of American innovation and deploy that with a business sense, where there are profit margins, where there are incentives for growth. That's an area where I suspect our ability, with not $6 trillion of investable capital, but $60 trillion of investable capital for deployment around the world in infrastructure, in development, will make a sizable difference. And certainly that's something being pushed by the Trump administration.
And this is a little peek behind the journalism hood, but Bonnie, to go on, this is basically me commissioning an op-ed from you about this. But can you talk about also where assistance should not go? And I mean this in the sense, I feel like I say this on TV once a week, that the only famine that existed in Gaza was the starving Jews in tunnels who were being fed by who were being starved by fat Palestinian animals, filming them as they dug their own graves. You know, as you were saying, American heartstrings are tugged when we see starving children. Of course, there was no famine in Gaza. Hamas's own fake numbers show that there's no famine in Gaza. When should America look at a purported problem and say, that's not our problem?
Look, our media has been hijacked by the far left. I think everybody here, with the exception
I think Richard Nixon would agree with that.
I certainly think Richard Nixon would agree with that. You are a rare exception when it comes to actually...
That's why I didn't get USAID funding, by the way.
Could be. But it's rare for the media to do the hard look, to actually question data, to actually question statistics. Why is it hard? I don't know. It shouldn't be. That's their job. But when the Hamas-run Ministry of Health in Gaza throws out fake numbers of children being killed in a war zone, the U.S. and the international media just accepted that as fact. Fact being given and spoon-fed to them by a terrorist regime that has total control over the local government in Gaza. It's criminal the way the media just absorbed that and reported it as fact and continued to report it and cited itself as the sources of the information. So there are real problems with that kind of assistance and making the determination of what is true, what is not true, but it is incumbent on the United States to be the government, to be good stewards of taxpayer dollars. And Ambassador Waltz said this as well. His job is to ensure at the UN that we're not throwing good American money after bad when it comes to funding some of these UN bodies, entities like UNRWA, entities like the UN so-called Human Rights Council, and instead to look for ways to curtail that U.S. funding, our investment, into things that actually make sense and are beneficial to the American taxpayer.
President Guaido, this is where I have you start talking even more about just Venezuela and more about the Western Hemisphere more broadly. You were talking about the chaos, again, as a tool, as you said. The current regime in Venezuela is laying claim to oil and gas discoveries off of Guyana's international shores. What do you make of the legitimacy of those claims, and is that something that you want the United States of America to weigh in on?
Well, that's a polemic question because for us Venezuelans, that's a historic reclaim. In this moment, of course, Maduro deteriorate all that kind of claims that we have historical. But if Venezuela could produce not only 3 million, 4 million barrels a day, like we used to produce maybe 10 or 12 years ago. We invest in the oil sector almost $300 billion, but we decrease the oil production back in our country because the corruption, all the parastate that Maduro promote. If we are produce 5 million barrels a day, 7 million, maybe 10, we should be produced in this moment, the discussion could be different because we are talking about new discoveries, new possible sectors that we have to produce back in Venezuela. We can recover the production back in Venezuela in a free Venezuela with rule of law, with security, very fast, maybe 3-5 million barrels a day. Talking about the claim, about the threat that Maduro make to Guyana, that's a different question. Maduro doesn't have the abilities to promote any war, any invasion, but they can promote chaos, as we've been talking minutes ago. So if Maduro remains in power, the cost will not be only for Venezuelan people. The cost is greater. It's instability across our hemisphere. It's the opportunity cost by produce not only oil, also gas, minerals that we can be commercialized all over the region and in the main initiative with the U.S. So the largest oil reserve, immense gas, the threat against Guyana, the minerals, the fresh water, the resources. If they remain in the hands of a criminal enterprise, you know what is happening in this moment, and the links with the bad guys all over the world. It's a strategic necessity to the rule of law overcome in the output that what happened in Venezuela. We already won an election the last year. We have a president-elect that is Edmundo González Urrutia against a tyrannic regime that comes with cost. Thousands of political prisoners, thousands of refugees, millions of migrants across the continent, and only one responsible, Nicolás Maduro. The maximum diplomatic pressure that inaugure, that promote President Trump 45, and in this moment 47, targeted sanctions against criminals, support the democratic movement and social sobriety. It's key in this moment to prevent not only a crisis in the region, a new one with Guyana, but also to secure all the assets and commodity to a healthy region in the Western Hemisphere.
And sticking with your region, it seems to me that there are two trends that are happening. There are many trends, but two of them in South America are we have formerly democratically aligned and minded countries that are now turning socialist or communist, Brazil and Colombia. And you have countries that were once socialist are now focused on strengthening ties with the United States. We have Argentina, Ecuador, Bolivia. What do you think is behind those trends? And then, of course, there's Venezuela that is trying to have democratic elections that you win, and yet you're in Miami right now.
Yeah, well, I mean, the lack of delivery. I mean, if you only promote and make promises and don't make the delivery for the people turn around. I mean, that happened in this moment with Petro in Colombia, who is, I mean, a bad person for saying the less back in Colombia. And the ties with Maduro is evident, also with Lula. Lula was in jail, I mean, 3 years ago for corruption. He defended Maduro in the international stage, but they have the opportunity to promote change with their people, with Colombians, Brazilians, getting promoted or elect a new candidate. We have to evade or to promote the rule of law because the instability, the impunity that Maduro can act must reflect that actions next year. I mean, again, the leadership of President Trump planned face against the Maduro regime. It's a key for the evolve, for the future of all the Americas in this moment. It's a tragedy for Venezuelans what happened. It's painful, it's difficult being exiled. It's not only my situation. I mean, 8 million Venezuelans. We want to get back to our country. I want to my girls rise and grow up in Venezuela. The older one has 8 years old. Miranda has 8 years old, and Mary only 4 years old. I mean, they have to cross a river to escape from persecution that the regime promotes against his dad. They doesn't have to be running for persecution when they are only babies. So that's the communisms, that's socialisms back in Latin America, and the people are rejected that situation. Thanks God. Also in Colombia, aunque the Colombians can talk about what happened in Colombia, but I am sure that Petro is going to be out the next year. Thanks God.
And you mentioned at the beginning, obviously, I think most people here know, but the ties that Venezuela's regime has to countries, specifically Russia and Iran. And I think it's undeniable that Russia and Iran specifically are far weaker now than they were during your time as president. Obviously, Russia, due to its war with Ukraine, and Iran, due to the actions of both Israel and America. Do you think that these countries being, I think, objectively less powerful, is that sapping strength from Maduro? How are the conflicts that America had with Iran and that the West is having with Russia impacting the Maduro regime's strength?
For sure, you hit in the target. Back in 2019 and 2020, Maduro used Russia to bypass U.S. sanctions and also European sanctions, by the way. They used Russia, they laundry money back in Russia, they make commercial flights to Iran, Caracas, to make money, get back to our country in cash. It was a crazy situation back in 2018 and 2020. But in this moment that you have a weaker Russia, a weaker Iran, you have a weaker also regime back in Venezuela. And again, we have to plan to face of impunity. If you make accountable regimes like Putin's regime or the Iran's regime, you also make accountable Maduro's regime. And you get weaker dictators around the world. And we can promote better ways to recover democracy in the case of Venezuelans. I mean, in the case of the Americas, we have to stabilize the region and to promote democracy, liberty, because if tyranny stands unchallenged in Venezuela, it will spread. But if freedom prevails, it will echo in Russia, Iran, and you send a strong and clear message. That's what happened in this moment when you saw an afraid Maduro, because they already saw what happened back in Iran. It's a good moment to democracy and to liberty. We have to push to recovery, and that is why this fight matters, not just for us, but for the future of the hemisphere that must remain prosperous, stronger, and safer.
Honestly, that's such a good point, and one we could end on, but we still have more time. But I think noting the way in which these perhaps seemingly unrelated conflicts really always will impact us in America is an important reminder that we can aspire to retreat to Fortress America, but it never works. It's never worked in our entire history. I'm trying to get to every continent. I don't think we're going to get to Antarctica, unfortunately. But Bonnie, let's go to China and then back to the Middle East. So one of the things that we're seeing, and this will also incorporate Africa here, is that China, you were already talking about the Belt and Road a little bit, but it's pillaging Africa at the expense of both the African countries with debt-trap diplomacy, with these deals that are hardly worth the paper that they're written on. How can America, we're behind there, how can America enter that continent and that market at the direct expense of China?
Well, it's so interesting to be at the Nixon Foundation talking about China, because of course it was President Nixon who opened America to China. I think I might need another mic replacement.
It's funny, I was going to talk to you about technology, but I don't know if that's going to work.
I'll try that. Hello? Yeah. I'm just cursed today. To have a conversation about President Nixon and not include a really meaningful conversation about where his opening to China leaves us today would be an oversight. So we won't do that. I think what President Nixon and Henry Kissinger thought when they opened to China was, if we open to China, which at the time was about 20% of the world's population, they'll want to be more like us. And we'll open this massive new market to American products. And on some level, that was a little bit true, and every successive president has thought the same thing, that if only we give more to the China relationship, they will want to be more like the free world. And at the end of the day, I think we can all say that that didn't really happen. It was still extremely important to do, and because you can't box out 20% of the world's population, but you can call out bad behavior. And that is what we see from China day in and day out. We see it in unfair trade. We see it in human rights abuses of their own population, where they have put Muslim minority Uyghurs into concentration and labor camps, where they surveil their own population and build out something that they call social credit scores to determine what types of benefits Chinese citizens should or should not be eligible for. They steal our intellectual property because we have an open patent system, and they deploy industrial and governmental espionage against the United States government and against our companies. And then, of course, they experiment with bioweapons, as we all saw with COVID-19. And, President Trump in the first Trump administration, Trump 45, learned some very, very important lessons about how to deal with China. We saw how they hoarded PPE, remember that term? Personally protective equipment, masks and gowns that made our hospitals in the United States less safe and left us struggling with the COVID disease in our own borders. In the race for technological dominance, which is China's end goal, we are really in a race for our lives and for our livelihoods. So whether it's in the development of bioweapons, where we're in a race for our lives, or it's in the development of 5G or 6G technology for communications, we're in a race for our livelihoods. People in think tank world, which I now inhabit, talk about the great power competition that we're in with China, and I dispute this term. A competition implies that we're playing the same game and we're playing by the same rules, and we're not playing the same game. And China rewrites its own rules every single day. But among those rules are certain standards: lie, cheat, and steal. And that's not a game that American government or American industry is particularly adept at playing, especially when you have transparent government and you have quarterly reporting that corporations are bound to. So here we are in the U.S., a very open environment in which for decades China has sent their best and their brightest students to study in our universities, and they have in more recent years, under General Secretary Xi Jinping, you'll notice I didn't call him president because he wasn't elected by the people. The General Secretary has pulled these Chinese scientists back to China, often with financial incentives, but also often under threat that their families remaining in China will fall victim to disappearances. And they are building China's new economy to be in opposition to the economy of the free world, particularly the United States. What I used to speak about at USAID during COVID holds true today, which is that America is at a crossroads where we have to look at ways that we can onshore, nearshore, and allied shore manufacturing. We need to gain control of our supply chains so that we are not made vulnerable by incidents that could very well happen again, like a COVID pandemic. Some people will say that by onshoring and nearshoring and allied shoring, we are cutting China out of the supply chain, and that will just lead to Chinese development in this direction and free world development of technology in the other direction. Ambassador Waltz talked about this, about how at the UN there are standards-setting bodies, and maybe, although I doubt it, maybe those bodies can have some impact on the development of technology moving forward. I doubt it because those UN bodies move so slowly and technology races forward every single day. It's possible that we're looking at two different evolutions of technology, one that's led by China, one that's led by the United States. Some people will be concerned that aren't we concerned that there will be two standards? Well, aren't two standards, one of which is led by the United States and the free world, better than a single standard that's led only by China? And I think the answer to that, and I think everyone in this room would agree, yes, it's better to have that. It is a bifurcation of our economies, and that is troubling. But I do think that the best technologies will win out in the end, which brings us to Africa, Matthew. The technologies depend on natural resources that are sometimes referred to as rare earth elements. They're actually not rare elements. They're found throughout the world, but they're found in small concentrations, which means that mining these rare earth elements and minerals is extremely costly if it's done properly. We have rare earth elements here in the United States in small pockets and small concentrations all over the country, but we are such a regulatory environment when it comes to mining and exploration that the incentives are not there for mining countries to do our very own clean mining of these natural resources. A lot of the resources are in remote African countries in sub-Saharan Africa, and the resources are mined in probably the dirtiest ways imaginable, without safety gear, without protections, and with a lot of child labor. I think that most humanitarians would think that there have to be better ways to extract natural resources, and that maybe we can do some of that here at home with an improved and less regulatory environment. But what happens in Africa is these natural resources are extracted and then they are shipped directly to China for processing, where, oh, by the way, they also are not processed in a clean way. So all those greenhouse gases that the left is so concerned about, they are being emitted in order to make solar panels for the green economy, which also, by the way, are mostly made in China in a non-clean way. And those are for electric vehicles that run on batteries that are manufactured in countries that don't operate a clean environment. All of this, I'm saying, can be done here at home. It can be done closer to home, and it can be done with our allies so that we are able to secure our supply chains moving forward, which is vital for our national economy to survive and thrive.
And to date myself, I remember when I was in China, a couple had lots of observations, but two relevant ones were so many people asked me if I was friends with Nicki Minaj. And eventually I said, you know what? Yes, I am. I am friends with Nicki Minaj. And a lot of other people would just come up and touch my hair. And I've since realized they were probably like scouting me out to like send me to Xinjiang and then shave it off and make a wig. And President Guaido, now that you're going to take us home, ironically and perhaps fittingly, we talked last night about how President Trump, President Nixon, Congressman Issa spent time in the wilderness, the proverbial wilderness. You're almost in the literal Everglades in your own wilderness right now. I'm curious from a personal and political journey standpoint, what lessons have you taken? I mean, we've all spent our own time in various wildernesses. What have you learned about yourself and your country and your people during your time in exile?
Being exiled is an everyday contradiction, you know, because I'm free and alive. It's a privilege when you face a dictatorial regime. I have friends that can count on that. I mean, they're in jail, they're killed by the regime. The last week, the regime tried to kill two of our team members back in exile in Colombia. So it's a everyday contradiction because I'm free and alive, I'm with my family, thanks God, but I'm not in the place where I want to be, you know? I want to be in my home. I want to be struggling, fight, but with conditions. I mean, we won an election several times, not only a decade ago when I was re-elected congressman back in Venezuela, then interim president in 2019. But in this moment, trying to expand our not only network, our possibilities of future recovery democracy, to learn about not only in a university, we founded a democracy innovation laboratory back at FIU nearby, also raising my two girls, you know, explain them about democracy, about liberty. Every day I saw people taking liberty by granted, you know, the freedom. And it's not. I mean, this could sound crazy, but when I go to the supermarket and I can decide what I want, not what the regime put over there, or I mean, when I open the water and actually came water. Back in Venezuela, that doesn't happen, you know, because corruption, because so the liberty also is about decisions, everyday decisions, and we have to fight for them. And when you experience that, you know, it's an everyday contradiction, and it touched me every day. And I don't take anything for granted. The love for your family, your closest one, the liberty, the freedom, the democracy. So we have to take action. And I want to take action every day to recover democracy and this place. And I have to thank again the Nixon Foundation for this meeting.
I have one other quick question for you. Unfortunately, in America, if you want to know what Venezuela looks like, go to New York after they elect Zoran Mamdani. But President Guaido, you're a politician to the core. I'd love a yes or no answer. I know I'm not going to get it. Are you going to run for president of Venezuela again?
Look, I'm.
See, I already said no. No, go on.
I already been interim president at 35. I mean, the youngest one in the history of Venezuela, the youngest one National Assembly president. I want to serve my country. But I also want to be free. And the ultimate goal is to be happy, the happiness, experience peace. But, and this is a quote from Simon Bolivar, who say, I can give you any title, president, professor, whatever, but only be a citizen. But I have to make this. I want to be a citizen in Venezuela, with my duties, with my rights, and also for my kids, and also for Latin America, for the Americas. So if I have to serve my country in any way, we're gonna do it.
For those counting, that's a yes. Thank you so much to the once and future president of Venezuela, Juan Guaido, and the once and future deputy administrator of USAID, Bonnie Glick. You guys have been terrific.
Please enjoy a brief break. We'll return shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, our program will resume shortly. Please return to your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats and direct your attention to the video screens.
It can be summed up in one word that best characterizes this nation and its essential nature. That word is independence. From its beginning, 200 years ago, throughout its history, America has made great sacrifices of blood and also of treasure to achieve and maintain its independence. In the last third of this century, our independence will depend on maintaining and achieving self-sufficiency in energy. What I have called Project Independence 1980 is a series of plans and goals set to ensure that by the end of this decade, Americans will not have to rely on any source of energy beyond our own. As far as energy is concerned, this means we will hold our fate and our future in our hands alone.
Welcome back to the Grand Strategy Summit. Please take your seat for our next session. We are honored today to have with us the EPA Administrator, Lee Zeldin, who has dedicated his life to public service. Administrator Zeldin served 22 years in the U.S. Army, which included service as an intelligence officer, prosecutor, and military magistrate. In the summer of 2006, Lee deployed to Iraq with an infantry battalion of fellow paratroopers from the Army's elite 82nd Airborne Division. He then spent 4 years in the New York State Senate and 8 years in the House of Representatives. After nearly pulling off a historic upset to become the governor of New York, President Trump asked Lee Zeldin to join his cabinet as the 17th Administrator of the United States Environmental Protection Agency. Joining Administrator Zeldin today is our friend Katie Pavlich. Katie is a Fox News contributor. You see her often as the co-host of the #1 rated show on Fox, The Five, and she's an editor for townhall.com. Please join me in welcoming Administrator Zeldin and Katie Pavlich.
All right. Well, good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for coming today. And Administrator, thank you so much for being here. From congressman to almost winning the governor's race in New York to Washington, D.C. So welcome back to the swamp. So you've been in your position now for almost a year. We're getting close. Tell me about some of the things you've noticed that you're changing the most that are pertinent to national security at the EPA.
You know, this agency is pretty important to the legacy of President Richard Nixon, having created the Environmental Protection Agency half a century ago. And the core mission of EPA is protecting human health and the environment. And over the course of decades, there have been different unique challenges at any given time, but there have been consistencies in the statutory obligations created by laws that have been on the books since then. Clean Air Act, Clean Water Act. Over the course of years, you get the Safe Drinking Water Act, TSCA, CERCLA, and more. And these create statutory obligations for the agency. And from one administration to the next, they will have their own presidential priorities that would put their own spin on what the agency would be focused on. Just trade out. Okay, there you go. And when we came in at the beginning of January, we were coming in off of a transition where the American public had just spoken in November of 2024 with significant economic concerns. They wanted all agencies to apply common sense, to be cognizant of those economic restraints that might be preventing them from being able to achieve the American dream. And there's also been a need to collaborate more with other agencies where there's overlapping jurisdiction. Too often, agencies are siloed off, and they're not working together with those other agencies. The President has created the National Energy Dominance Council, which brings together the Secretary of Interior, Secretary of Energy, the EPA, the Secretary of Commerce. We often meet with the President. We'll be doing it again this week. And instead of each of us siloed off, we are working well to support each other and to help implement the President's agenda. So to I guess give you the highlight of those first moments, once we came in. Sorry about that. That's fine. The Army taught me to project, so if need be, I would be able to get the message upstairs if you told me to. Once we came in, one of the challenges of getting people back in the building, COVID-era remote work led to, in 2024, on Mondays and Fridays, the average attendance inside the EPA headquarters was 5 to 8%. The highest single day of attendance in 2024 was 37%. Now I have to hold this out here. So getting people back into the building, that was key. And we also had to tackle backlogs. Our pesticide review backlog, 14,000, new chemical backlog, 500, state implementation plans into the hundreds, small refinery exemptions, just under 200. So getting on top of that has been key. Also getting our handle around all of the money that was going out through EPA so that there is accountability, so that there is proper oversight and management. That was important. So that's what we inherited coming in through the transition and those first few days of getting our feet under us, while we were also staffing up to make sure that we had the team and the bandwidth to be able to tackle the mission that was ahead. And I'm sure as far as what to follow, I will yield the floor back to Katie to ask those great questions.
So you've noted in one of your directives by the President was what he did on day one in office, which he signed an executive order about unleashing American energy. And the President not only campaigned on domestic energy and the importance of that, but also how essential it is to protect America's interests around the world through energy policy. So can you talk about how you fulfilled that on the global scale on behalf of the President at the EPA?
So at EPA, we call it Powering the Great American Comeback. Pillar 1 is focused on that core mission, and President Trump has referenced it, and it's something that was inspiring with the words and actions of President Nixon. It's about clean air, land, and water for all Americans. Cleaner, healthier, safer land, air, and water for all Americans. That's pillar one, empowering the great American comeback. The other pillars, there's 5 in total. It's about unleashing energy dominance, advancing cooperative federalism and permitting reform, making America the AI capital of the world. That might not have been part of the conversation with President Nixon back in the day. And protecting and growing American auto jobs. So those are the 5 pillars of powering the great American comeback. And what we find is that there's so much overlap between our energy policy, our environmental policy, the benefits for our national security, for our economy, for our environment. We tap into our own supplies here in the United States so much better than so many other countries do around the world. And oftentimes we find ourselves in conflict with nations like China, not just allied countries around the world where we have maybe a different view on how to approach any given challenge on any given day, but a nation like China is responsible for many decisions that if we are relying on them, we see negative impacts to our country on national security, on the economy, on energy, on the environment. I just had a meeting in my office yesterday where we were talking about the state of Utah achieving attainment status on air quality. And in states like Utah and Arizona and Colorado, they get impacts to their own air quality that aren't being solely caused by what is there on the ground, but international sources coming from places like China, coming from places like Mexico. And you have situations where, like in the state of Arizona, if you take every vehicle off of the road, you go to zero emission in Yuma County, Arizona, there's still going to be a non-attainment. And you don't want to be punishing these local communities, regions, states, because of how businesses want to move there, people want to move there, and they are getting further into non-attainment due to what is coming across from overseas. And that's why the 179B guidance was taken down in March to help work with these states. And something that we've advanced is creating an Office of State Air Partnerships in the Office of Air and Radiation to be able to work with these states to approve state implementation plans. We're approving primacy applications for local states that want to take over management of what is going into the ground. So it's about water, it's about air, it's about land, and making sure that we're strengthening those relationships with states and we're applying common sense. It all ties in together to not just what is best for our environment, but there's so much overlap, as I mentioned, with energy, with the economy, and with national security.
And as we've seen, Canada has also been causing some air quality problems recently due to a lack of proper forest management. I want to get to China in a minute, but one big part of what you've been doing over the last 10 months, working with other agencies inside the federal government as well, is disentangling the United States from these previous international agreements on things like climate change, on things like emissions. Can you talk about some of those things you've taken the U.S. out of, and this choice that people always say you have to make between a good environment and national security or a good economy, when really that doesn't have to be a binary choice for the United States or for the global ecosphere in general?
Yeah, that conversation about international impacts is certainly one that might be felt most closely when you're looking at our nations that border us. In Mexico, at the end of July, we entered into a memorandum of understanding with Mexico for a permanent 100% solution for the Tijuana River raw sewage crisis, which has caused degradation of the Tijuana River Valley, impacts to air quality, closed beaches, foul smells. I don't know if anyone here is from Southern California or you know people from California. This has been a big issue for decades. Next week, we are reaching the 100-day timeline being hit from when that MOU was signed to bring down project timelines even further than what was reduced in the original agreement at the end of July. Katie references what was going on with California and the air quality impacts to the northern United States in, not California, in Canada. And then what Canada decided to do was to just let the fires burn. And they were really just managing and keeping an eye on critical assets. And if they felt like the wildfire was not going to impact a critical asset, they were just going to let it burn, and a lot burned. We have a lot of states in our own country that want to be able to do proper forest management, but because of PM 2.5, particulate matter 2.5, regional haze rules, exceptional events rulemaking, because of a different overlapping jurisdiction with the EPA, that could end up discouraging states from doing proper management. Katie asked about these international agreements. I think the highest profile one being the President's withdrawal from the Paris Climate Accord. And it was an approach where other nations like China and India were essentially agreeing to continue to significantly pollute the environment, and we're all going along with it. We're holding ourselves up to this, platinum standard level, which we have held ourselves to in many ways for a long time. Carbon, CO2 emissions have gone down. Emissions, in many respects, have gone down. And when you look over the course of the last 20 years, innovation has been up. There's been a lot of progress in our own country, while these other countries have not been doing their part. And you enter into the Paris Climate Accord, where it's not like China is agreeing in that deal to come back to set a gold standard, a platinum standard for themselves. They're essentially agreeing to continue to pollute the environment with big impacts for our own air quality. So if you're entering into these international deals, we need to be assessing these deals with the mindset of entering into the best possible agreement for the United States of America. We need to fight for our own country in these negotiations with the same fervor that these other countries fight for their own nations. President Trump has been very outspoken in saying that he understands why these other nations are fighting so hard for their own interests. He gets it. He expects it. We at the Trump administration expect all these countries to fight for what is best for their people. We have to make sure that we are fighting best for ours. So as I'll be at G7 next week. We just had a G20 meeting last week that was going on. There are all these different we just had UN General Assembly going on at the end of September in New York City. When all of these gatherings are taking place and the United States is represented at the table, if we aren't fighting as hard as we possibly can for the best outcomes for American citizens, we can't expect other countries to do that for us. And that's something that has been a charge that's been given to us from the president with all of our engagement on the international front. Fight hard for America, understanding that if we don't do it, no one else will.
So those who still are sticking to their climate change ideology are still trying to implement a number of different regulations on the U.S., on other countries, on developing countries. We just saw this attempt to implement a shipping tax at the United Nations on the rest of the world. The United States successfully took that off the table. But what do you see as some of the biggest roadblocks to implementing this energy environment agenda on behalf of the president? Or are you just blowing past all of them?
So it's important to follow the law. We're not just saying we've decided to take this regulation and here is our new regulation and we just jam it and we don't have a public comment period. Instead, there's a process. We don't prejudge the outcome. We send a draft proposed rule to the Office of Management and Budget, and there's an interagency process. We work with the other agencies. They have their questions, they have their comments and their feedback to come up with the best draft proposed rule that goes out public. And then we have a public comment period, and we read all of the comments. There's a process where at the end of it, we reach a decision, something significant that really impacts that process, as well as the powers that agencies like the EPA have, is in an analysis of the Loper-Bright decision of the United States Supreme Court overturning the Chevron doctrine. Essentially, if a statute doesn't say that you can or can't do something, in the past, an agency would take that vague language and say, well, I guess because it doesn't say we can't, that must mean that we can. If you read the 2009 endangerment finding, for example, there are many different references in the text of the endangerment finding where the administrator is saying that Section 202 of the Clean Air Act doesn't say that the administrator can't. So the administrator is then exercising their discretion to ... We want to follow the law, the plain language of the law. We do not want to assert any more powers than what the law gives us. If Congress wants to change a statute, they want to give us more powers or take powers away or change what they are. Whatever they are, we will follow the plain language of the law. The other thing that is important is looking at some of the recent Supreme Court cases in West Virginia versus EPA, in Michigan versus EPA. There's something called the major policies doctrine. When there's a regulation or a bunch of regulations that may result in up to trillions of dollars of regulatory costs. That is something that Congress should debate on, should vote on. What you don't want is for agencies to be imposing trillions of dollars of regulation because members of Congress don't have the courage or will to have this conversation in public, to have committee hearings, to have a debate, to have a vote. They'll say, well, let's just have some agency do this themselves. So it's very important that we follow the law. You're asking what kind of restrictions or impediments. I would answer that not as if this is a negative, but I would say for me, I feel like our biggest constraint, not complaining, our biggest constraint is the plain language of the law, because we are just going to follow that law, and if it changes, we will follow that. And I think that for too long, too often, we've had people who are at these agencies taking creative liberty to give themselves powers that were not given to them by Congress, and that can be very dangerous.
So Chevron allows the EPA to roll back a lot of these regulations that Congress has not, put into law or approved through a vote process, as you mentioned. Deregulation has been a key part of the EPA's agenda, the president's agenda, in order to innovate and to get more energy production on the table for the United States of America domestically, which of course then allows us to be more secure internationally. Can you talk a little bit more in detail about how the deregulatory process is working towards President Trump's energy production agenda here at home, and what that means for our security around the world?
Two thoughts. One is, I don't believe that it's a binary choice where you can either protect the environment or grow the economy. The idea that the only way that we can protect the environment is to suffocate entire sectors of our economy out of existence, I don't agree with that. We should be heeding the demands of the American public in trying to achieve both. The two best announcements that EPA has put out this year was on the 100th day of President Trump's term in office. We released a list of our top 100 environmental actions from those first 100 days. On the 200th day of President Trump's term in office, we released a list of our next top 100 environmental actions from the next 100 days. I mentioned the Tijuana River sewage crisis. I'll give you two other very quick examples. The LA wildfires happened just before we came in. In the middle of January, President Trump comes into office. He signs an executive order. He's giving EPA 30 days to complete our hazardous material removal in order for the Army Corps to come in for their phase 2 debris removal. The initial reaction was that it was impossible, that hopefully we might be able to complete this mission by this summer, but getting it done within 30 days was not going to happen. We got it done in just less than 30 days. We increased water quality standards for 30 plus miles of the Delaware River Basin in southeast Pennsylvania. There are so many examples like this across the country that while we talk about the regulatory environment that we inherited and trying to get these regulations right, we take great pride in what for us has been the two best announcements, in my opinion, that we've made of all of the environmental accomplishments that we are quite proud of since January. On the deregulatory front, there were a lot of decisions that were made by the Biden EPA, primarily in 2023 and 2024, where they finalized regulations, some of which are being reconsidered by us. And it's so important for the media and the public to engage in this conversation honestly as to what we're proposing. For example, we proposed a reconsideration of the 2024 mercury and air toxics standards that were finalized by the Biden EPA. Now, the American public can all agree, I would agree, that we need mercury and air toxic standards. Now, some in the media, when you propose eliminating the 2024 mercury and air toxic standards, they say, well, look at you, you're getting rid of mercury and air toxic standards. And for the layperson who doesn't follow every single regulation that's coming out of the EPA, they might think you're getting rid of the mercury and air toxic standards as if there won't be any. It's actually Obama-era mercury and air toxic standards from 2012 that came into place, that have been fully implemented, that will still be on the books, even if you reconsider the 2024 mercury and air toxic standards. And by the way, so many of these names, whether they are constitutional, whether they're good regulation, they come up with these names and acronyms that might sound good. The Good Neighbor Rule, that sounds fantastic. Right. Well, under the Good Neighbor Rule, the Biden EPA was rejecting state implementation plans and saying instead we're just going to have one federal implementation plan for everybody. And we're going to reverse cooperative federalism. So in order for us to advance cooperative federalism, not want to have a one-size-fits-all federal implementation plan, but to approve these state implementation plans, we have to propose getting rid of something called the Good Neighbor Rule. How can you get rid of something called the Good Neighbor Rule? Yeah, it sounds good, but this is what it actually means when you look at it. The 2024 mercury and air toxic standards would essentially be regulating out of existence the coal sector. And then when you combine another good name, Clean Power Plan 2.0. Clean Power Plan, that sounds fantastic. Well, Clean Power Plan 1.0 from the Obama administration was overturned by the Supreme Court. By the way, the Good Neighbor Rule was stayed by the Supreme Court. But there's a lot of reconsiderations that we're going through. Again, we're not just saying we know best. This is the new rule. No public comment period. We don't want to hear from you. We're actually encouraging the public to participate in the process and to provide the comments to help us make the best final decision. In total, if finalized, what this all would amount to is more deregulation in 1 year than entire federal governments have done across all agencies, across entire presidencies. Just the proposed reconsideration of the 2009 endangerment finding alone, if finalized, would be the largest act of deregulation in the history of the United States. And and I just had someone in my office yesterday who wants to have greenhouse gas regulations, and I said, if the proposed reconsideration of the 2009 endangerment finding is finalized, and if that is what you want, well, go to Congress, advocate for a change to Section 202 of the Clean Air Act, and make it clear that what you're looking for, because there's a lot of assumptions and mental leaps that were made in that 2009 endangerment finding, and now we come in under a legal framework work with the Supreme Court decisions, and we are going to follow the law.
Yeah.
And if you want the law to say something different, it's not about us using our creativity and imagination. We're not going to do it. It's about you using, following the process, going to your members of Congress, advocating for a modernization of the Clean Air Act, if that's what you want, and getting it right, because a lot still applies today as it did a half a century ago, and certain aspects, possibly, the conversation might have changed, the ideas have changed, the technology has changed. That's a good, healthy debate for Congress to have.
Yeah, you talk about this false choice between protecting the environment and growing the economy. Manufacturing is also a huge part of the president's agenda, onshoring jobs. We don't have enough time to get into that. I want to get to China, but that's certainly part of the deregulation to help get manufacturing back in the United States. On China, there's been this back and forth with President Trump. He is going to Asia this week, was supposed to meet with President Xi of China on the sidelines. That's to be determined. Last week, China implemented a bunch of new directives to limit the ability for them, or the ability for countries like the United States to get rare earths from China. Now, the United States seems to have plenty of rare earths, but because of the environmental regulations on how you extract them, we are unable to use them, and now we're in this position where China has this leverage over not just us, but the rest of the modern world. So can you talk about the current state of China's ability to control important rare earth minerals that we need for our economy, for manufacturing, because we have too many regulations at the EPA that aren't necessarily lawful, but that have been implemented over the years?
So as we go through the briefings, once public comment periods are over, the brief that I get from my team at times includes a list of all of the groups, the entities that are in favor of a proposal or against a proposal, and I always get a kick out of it when they show me that the CCP provided a public comment against our proposed rule, which kind of makes me want to do the opposite. If the CCP is going to say no, then maybe we should say yes. And it's happened on a bunch. And by the way, there are a lot of issues here that overlap EPA jurisdiction with illegal pesticides that are coming in from China, Chinese cooking oil, refrigerants, cyber. There's a lot that overlaps with environmental issues that we are greatly concerned about as it relates to national security here in the United States. Now, with regards to rare earth, we have to tap into our own supplies. We have to work on advancing the entire supply chain. What you don't want to do is make the progress in tapping into your own rare earth materials and then have to ship it overseas to then get it back. So the whole supply chain needs to be looked at. We have the resources. We need to ramp up this entire supply chain and not be as reliant as we are on nations like China. It's very dangerous. National security, economy, energy, environment, it goes across the entire list. We've had this come up when we're talking batteries, when we're talking magnets, we're talking chips. The modernization of technology here in the United States has only created more urgency for us to look at ways right now, in the months and the years that are ahead, to ramp this up here within the United States. Now, as I referenced earlier, the President created the National Energy Dominance Council. It is so important that these agencies work together rather than being siloed off, and that includes specifically this topic: rare earth minerals, critical minerals, and making sure that that investment that's being made is something that is encouraged and is being supported by the federal government with long-term certainty and reliability. And I would just also add one other point. It would be great if Congress decided to pass permitting reform, and I'm encouraging, I would say that if there's a permitting reform bill, and if you're looking for three basic principles that should be red lines that get followed, It should result in a permitting process that costs less money, takes less time, and has more certainty. Red lines should be drawn at the beginning of the process that we want to work with you, we want to develop a bill that can actually pass and get signed into law, we want a good bill. But if your idea results in a permitting process that will take more time or cost more money or have less certainty, well, then it's a non-starter. We're going to say no out of the gate. Just put the red line down when it starts. But one of the deterrents for investing in being part of tapping into these these rare earth minerals or being active in some other aspect of the supply chain might be the amount of uncertainty, the amount of cost that goes into it, not knowing whether or not you're going to get your approvals at the end of it, or what would happen if the pendulum swung and some other administration is in and they weren't as supportive of this effort. What does it mean for years down the road? Now is such a good time for everybody, including both sides of the aisle, inside of Congress, inside the executive branch, at states, and with investors to really lean into this in the months and years ahead.
All right, final question because we are out of time. As we're in this new AI race, not just with the world, but specifically with China and on the energy front, we haven't built a new oil refinery in the United States since they think the 1970s, which of course is a big problem. You bring up rare earths, maybe mining them, but then we need to ship them for processing and then ship them back. In terms of where we go with AI and the need for building of new infrastructure, building of new plants for energy, how does the EPA go into that with this new regulation out? And what do you need specifically from Congress to make sure that we have enough building as a result of this new energy push?
Yeah, just on Monday, I was at a Google site in West Memphis, Arkansas, where they just broke ground on a $4 billion project, and they want to continue to invest in Arkansas and elsewhere. I was in Cheyenne, Wyoming, where Microsoft is building data centers. I know there's a massive Meta project in Louisiana. I'm just starting to scratch the surface of all of the projects that are getting ramped up all throughout this country, and that's a good thing. The EPA has a role to play as it relates to permitting with regards to cooperative federalism and working with states, with siting. Sometimes they're looking at Superfund and brownfields sites, and partnering with other agencies like Interior, with Energy, CQ, the White House Council on Environmental Quality, DCOSP, that's Stephen Miller's shop in the White House, the Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy, Department of Commerce and Howard Lutnick, Secretary of Treasury and Scott Bessent. There are a lot of different agencies that are working together to be able to encourage more of this investment. This is a race on artificial intelligence that we have to win. Before I was in West Memphis, Arkansas, Monday afternoon, I was in Tupelo, Mississippi, Monday morning, where I was at a Toyota factory where they make all of the Corollas for the world, and you have so many people working alongside of so much robotics and AI and technology, and they are working so efficiently and effectively together. And it's not a factory where you walk around, all you see are just robots and electronics, and people have been put out to work. There are a lot of people working at this site, and they are being more productive. It's faster. The consumer ends up paying less to be able to go acquire a vehicle that is still priced under $30,000, apparently. And leaning into this innovation is key. I was at Boston Dynamics in Massachusetts at their headquarters not that long ago. What they're doing with robotics for agriculture and farming and manufacturing and more. Some might say, well, I'm spooked by AI, the potential of AI, because of all the uncertainties. I don't know, maybe we should just take a step back. It's going to be a lot harder to catch up later. Maybe impossible to catch up later if we don't just go and win this race right now and have all this investment right here in our country. And the last thing, just very briefly, I just want to say thank you to the Nixon family. I spent 12 years in elected office in New York, proud to represent much of the Nixon family on the east end of Long Island. And for a long time, Chris Cox and Tricia Nixon Cox and Ed Cox, that family, Howard Cox, they have been so engaged in our country, engaged in our state. I respect them so deeply, their continued service to our country, and something that I certainly take very much to heart is that it was President Nixon who founded this agency that I have the honor of serving as the 17th administrator. I just had this conversation with somebody yesterday. It was just a one-off, saying I just think as the years go by, President Nixon's legacy will only, and the way history will remember him, will only continue to improve and be valued and appreciated by Americans. And that's something that I've had the honor in getting to see and learn about firsthand in being close with what is an exceptional American, patriotic, freedom-loving family. So I just want to take this opportunity to say a very big thank you to the Nixon family for their continued service across generations, for their continued activism and engagement in everything that they're doing for the United States of America.
And with that, thank you, sir, for your time.
Our program will resume after a short break. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program will resume momentarily.
Welcome back to the Grand Strategy Summit. It is now my honor to introduce our next speaker, General Jack Keane, a true American patriot and one of our nation's foremost authorities on foreign policy and national security. General Keane provides nationwide analysis and commentary in speeches, articles, congressional testimony, and through several hundred television and radio interviews every year. He serves as an advisor to presidents, cabinet officials, members of Congress, international leaders, CEOs, and business leaders. He is the chairman of the Institute for the Study of War, a 12-year member of the prestigious Secretary of Defense Policy Board, having advised 2 Republican and 2 Democratic secretaries, and a member of the 2018 and 2022 Congressional Commission on the National Defense Strategy. General Keane recently completed a 9-day visit to Israel, during which he met one-on-one with key leaders, including Prime Minister Netanyahu, President Herzog, and other senior civilian and military leaders. General Keane is a 4-star general. He completed 37 years of public service, culminating in his appointment as the acting Chief of Staff and Vice Chief of Staff of the U.S. Army. As the Chief Operating Officer of the Army for over 4 years, he directed 1.5 million soldiers and civilians in 120 countries. General Keane was in the Pentagon on 9/11 and provided oversight and support for the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq. In late 2006, President Bush invited General Keane to the Oval Office, among others, to discuss Iraq. Alone among them, General Keane brought the president a concrete strategic concept, later to be known as the troop surge, which he helped develop to change American strategy for the war and improve its execution. Among his awards, General Keane was the first military leader to be honored with the Ronald Reagan Peace Through Strength Award and the prestigious Bradley Prize. In March of 2020, General Keane was presented with the Presidential Medal of Freedom at the White House. Please join me in welcoming General Jack Keane.
Well, wonderful to be here in this nice Ritz-Carlton. It's a good venue. I'm delighted you're using this place. They know what they're doing here. And listen, we got fall, for crying out loud. You know, I mean, those of you who hang around D.C. a little bit, sometimes summer extends right into winter. And now we actually have the best season of the year, so delighted to be here to share that with you as well. Hey, thanks, Joe. I appreciate the introduction. Also, Robert Wilke, he's the guy that extended the invitation to me on behalf of the foundation here. My wife would have been here, but she's ill, so I'm not doing lunch with you. I'm going to be with her. That's a fact. I'd much rather be with her anyway, so just to be straight about it. But she's the political person in the family, and a Republican conservative, ran for Congress down in Mississippi, wrote a best-selling book about how white liberals victimize blacks. Pretty interesting. You want to get a hold of it. And been working for Rupert Murdoch since 1998. That in itself is a major, major achievement, because he doesn't suffer fools. So listen, I looked at the agenda. It's pretty impressive. You're covering most of the challenges we're facing in the world today, and you got some good folks talking about them. So whoever put that together, I respect you for doing it. You know, Richard Nixon, I think, probably, when it comes to foreign policy, as you know, one of our most experienced and knowledgeable presidents we've ever had in dealing with foreign policy and national security. I always think of him as a closet intellectual. You know, he wrote 10 books and 8 of them focus on foreign policy. And they're worth, I haven't read all of them, to be honest with you. I've been through 3 of them, and they're worth time, to be sure. I spent a lot of years on the Secretary of Defense Policy Board with Henry Kissinger, who's one of the real delights of my life. I read most of what he did for many, many years, and then we actually became friends. And when we talked about Nixon, he held him in such high regard, you know, because he attributed to Nixon, based on his experience and his knowledge, not only could he define the challenge, but he come up with coherent and tangible solutions to the challenge. And he never quite worked. He had great respect for all the presidents he's assisted and worked directly for, but he held Nixon in particularly high regard for all of that. I look forward to your questions. I don't think we're going to have a lot of time for that. I'm supposed to talk here for about 20, 25 minutes, something like that. And then hopefully we'll get around to dealing with some of the thoughts that are on your mind. Just American leadership. It is indispensable in the world, in my view. And we are facing global security challenges on a scale that we haven't seen, in my view, since World War II. They are formidable, to say the least. These 2 national defense strategy congressional commissions I participated on. One we looked at Trump, Mattis, and the second one we looked at Biden and Austin. And the first one, we gave huge credit to the administration for getting the strategy right. We moving away from our 9/11 wars. We're moving into big power competition, particularly Russia and China at that time. But the implementation of it left a lot to be desired, to be frank about it, as we poured into it. And looking at, now remember we were looking at the national defense strategy, and looking at Biden and Austin, dramatic change was taking place right during that administration. And that change was really centered around the 4 axis powers coming together: China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, and colluding, cooperating, and coordinating in a way we have not seen among adversary nations, going back to the Soviet Union and certainly World War II. And it truly began to make a difference. And why were they doing all of that? Well, first of all, they were doing it because of their own desire to get assistance in their own sphere of influence regionally. But also, they recognized that by coming together, they could undermine the United States and like-minded democracies who were establishing post-World War II international order, had so much to do with things that were going on in the world. And as far as they were concerned, it was at their expense. And they looked at what they saw on the world stage as opportunity. Why? Because they believed American leadership was fundamentally weak, and they could take advantage of it. And take advantage of it they did. It's not isolated that we had a war in Europe for the first time on a significant scale since World War II. And it's not isolated that Iran and its proxies began to impose their will on the United States. Before October the 7th, Iran and its proxies attacked U.S. bases in the Middle East 175 times. And not one time did we respond against Iran. We did some timid responses to the proxies that were firing the missiles. Post October the 7th, they attacked us 125 times. The commander of Central Command, Eric Kurilla, one of the most operationally capable commanders we have had in a generation. In conversation with me, I said, Eric, what are we doing? Why are we tolerating this? He said, General, I have recommended 120 targets to the administration to deal with Iran, who is the anchor behind everything that is happening. And not a single one of those targets was economic. None of those targets, obviously, were nuclear. They were all IRGC military capability targets, rejected out of hand the entire time. You wonder why those four Axis nations saw opportunity, because what they were dealing with in their minds was weakness. And the second congressional commission I was on, we get appointed by Republicans and Democrats regardless of where our political lines are. I try to stay apolitical. But I will tell you what, the four Democrats and the four Republicans totally agreed that we were in the most significant challenges we have faced since World War II and the most dangerous situation. And American leadership was fundamental to the cause of the issue, enabling these adversaries to become more aggressive. President Xi in the Indo-Pacific region, no one has as consolidated power that he has in running China since Mao Zedong. And he became considerably more aggressive and confrontational throughout his 12-year reign. And every single year, he talks about what his strategic objectives are, and I'll get to those in a minute. So this has been a very challenging experience for the United States as we transition from what I believe, when it comes to foreign policy and national security, a weak administration, to an administration that is taking that on and is willing to confront our adversaries and deal with the problems that we're facing out there. Certainly closing our border is such a fundamental common sense thing to do. Most sovereign nations would want to have a closed border, and that certainly has added to our national security as well. And dealing with cartels and drugs and the rest of it is also something we need to deal with in our hemisphere. I'm not going to discuss that. I'm mentioning it. I recognize there are issues there. But the more significant issues are dealing with these four powers. And in the three geographical regions of the world that we hold as vital interests to the United States, the Indo-Pacific region, the Middle East, and Europe, we have major challenges in each one of those areas. I want to start with China. China, President Xi's objectives are very clear. He wants to dominate and control the Indo-Pacific region, and he wants to replace the United States as the world's global leader. And to do that, he has joined as the big brother in the four Axis powers to collude together to undermine the United States and like-minded democracies. He wants to dominate in four ways: militarily, economically, technologically, and geopolitically. And he wants to achieve his objectives without firing a shot. And he has done that in terms of his influence and domination in the Indo-Pacific region quite considerably, and he has not fired a shot. He does it through intimidation and coercion and economic mercantilism as well. And he is dead set with these objectives. He's the first leader who has spoken in foreign policy and national security with clear strategic objectives and talks about it every year. And replacing the United States as the world's global leader is something he talks about all the time. And we have to take him serious. And that's the reality of it. Militarily, the United States is the world's #1 superpower, militarily. There's no doubt about it. But we get within 1,500 miles of the Chinese coast, and the military advantage moves decisively to China. Not by a little bit, decisive. Every war game we've played in the last 8 to 10 years, we get the same results. We're challenged to win, and indeed, we may lose. That's the reality of it. If we have to fight that war, what we want to do is avoid that war. But they outgun us, they outman us. You name the platform, and they outgun us on that platform. It doesn't make any difference whether it's ships at sea, airplanes, offensive missiles, defensive missiles. They have deployed batteries and batteries of hypersonic missile. We haven't deployed one hypersonic missile. Even though that's our technology. They did what? They stole it. They took it from us, as they have done lots of others. Some of you are hearing what I'm saying maybe for the first time. And why is that? Because we don't want to talk like this. We don't want to talk about what the real reality is. The American military, we want to advertise as being the best in the world, and it is. But when you get to the problem I'm describing to you, they have a decisive advantage, and we have got to catch up. The director of OMB is going to be here. That's good, because he's got us with flatline budgets, the same budgets for the next 4 years in the Trump administration that we had in Biden. What's that? A little bit over 3%. We can't get there. We're not going to catch up doing that. The $150 billion defense reconciliation bill is a huge down payment, and that'll help. Trump administration for the first 4 years, every single year, percentage of GDP a little over 3%. What was Biden's budget? A little over 3% all 4 years. Now, he had higher inflation, so that robbed him of some of that money. We cannot get there, folks, with what we're doing here. So China is dead serious about what they're trying to achieve. Economically, we're the world's #1 economy, and credit us for doing that. You know, democratic capitalism is still the strength of the world. Innovation, creativity, private sector, market values, and the rest of it. We can outpace these guys with who we are economically. But they are powerful. They're not like the Soviet Union during the Cold War. They had a weak economy. China obviously has a strong economy, and it fuels their military capability. They are the most rapid growing military force in the world since World War II. That's the reality of it. Technologically, they own most of the world's rare earth minerals and other minerals as well, and they use that, obviously, in their weapon systems, and now we have all become dependent on it, and we have to work our way out of that. I'm absolutely convinced that we can outthink and out-tech these guys because of our own innovation and our own creativity. The Defense Department, with Feinberg's leadership, and you talk about a great choice, used to run Cerebus, private equity company. Thank God he's here. Because all of us in the Pentagon that wear this rank on our shoulders, we know how to fight wars, but we sure as hell don't know how to run major businesses. And we have made the business aspect of the Pentagon the most complex bureaucracy I think it's on the planet. And we need a guy like him to undo it. And thank God for him for being there. But we have got to move fast. And where do we move? When Reagan did his buildup, by the way, percent of GDP for the Reagan buildup averaged 6% at its low end. 6% at its low end. And we're a little bit over 3%. And what did he have when he turned the fuel on in terms of funding? He had capacity. The capacity he had was 55 prime contractors. We have 5 today. We don't have the capacity. We have got to go to the commercial sector where the innovation is, where the new technology is, where most of the AI is, and bring that into the Pentagon. Well, we're not going to get there. There is digital design and digital manufacturing with 3D printing that can take a missile, proven, take an extended range attack missile, ERAM, goes about 250, 280 miles. Normally takes 18 months to 2 years to build it. Done in 8 weeks, 200 parts to 10 parts. That's commercial technology that we've got to get invested into the Defense Department. Now that's IP that we have and China doesn't have it. They likely will get it if we let them continue to steal the technology that we're doing. We can outthink and out-tech these guys, but we got to move, and thankful we got Feinberg to help us do that. Geopolitically, China has gained influence in the global south quite dramatically. Every single Latin American country China has an economic relationship with. Every single one. And most of the countries in Africa itself. Not to speak of the relationship they have with the other 3 countries that I'm talking about. We have a lot of work to do here. The president understands the strategy. He understands the economic advantage that China takes advantage of us, and he's weaponized tariffs, and he's about doing that. And that's a good thing. In the Middle East, Iran has been the anchor and responsibility for the destabilization and the malfeasance that's been going on there for over 40-something years. We have finally stood up to them, and you saw the results of it. It was sad what was happening. The Biden administration stiffed the Arabs right at the beginning, shut down 2 foreign military sales deals to UAE and to Saudi Arabia, reached out and began to appease Iran and try to work some kind of nuclear deal. Remember, the old nuclear deal actually gives them a nuclear weapon when the objective was not for them to have a nuclear weapon. The irony and absurdity of that whole thing is just completely preposterous, but still began to reach out and do that again, and began to control Israel prior to October the 7th. It's finally becoming well known that post-October the 7th, because they wanted to control Israel's aggressiveness, the amount of munitions that they kept from Israel is staggering. Israel wouldn't say it publicly because they didn't want to diminish the support they were getting. But not just bombs, but missiles, anti-tank weapons. The list goes on and on. Don't go into Rafah. Don't attack Hezbollah. Don't attack Iran. New administration comes in the first week, give Israel everything they need, period. Do what you need to do inside of Gaza to finish it once and for all. Yes, attack Hezbollah, and yes, we need to deal with Iran, and I'm willing to provide the decisive blow if it's necessary. That is a fundamental change in leadership. You talk about peace through strength. We're trying to end a war and using military means to get a diplomatic political solution. Have you ever seen that before? I would suggest we've seen it a lot. And the opposite gets what? Protracted wars, more death, more destruction. Clear-eyed focus is what we needed, and we got it. I think the major lessons learned, for Israel, I spent 9 days there. I had an hour and a half with Netanyahu one-on-one, and we just connected on a whole bunch of things. But I'll tell you this, the Israeli people will never, ever again have the degree of confidence in the IDF and their security forces that they had prior to October the 7th. It's not that there's tension there, it's just that they had a false sense of security in terms of how successful things have been for such a long time in preventing the kind of death and destruction that they were exposed to. Second thing, major lesson learned, you cannot ever again permit the proxies on your border to build capability to attack you. And they did that with Hezbollah, 150,000 rockets and missiles. The Hezbollah put into Syria 60,000 ground forces that propped up the Assad regime. When they had to bring them home, it's not surprising the Assad regime fell. But most people didn't recognize, they think of Hezbollah as just a terrorist organization. They don't realize it was a formidable military organization with the kind of things that military organizations have: artillery, mortars, tanks, etc. Cannot let that build capability, cannot let Hamas do that. That is a major, and they're not going to do it. Hezbollah has been attacked since the ceasefire, close to 1,000 airstrikes every time they try to move capability into the south. It's not advertised very much, but that's what's going on. They are not going to let it happen. They're not going to put troops in there like they did in 2006. They're not going to let it happen. Other lesson learned? Just think of the political shifts that go on in our country. During the Cold War, overarching strategy contained the Soviet Union. Democratic and Republican presidents, both administering to that strategy overall, different methods and different policy contributions, but overall objective pretty much the same. And what did that provide? Different policies, but a stream of continuity and consistency. We swing from Democrat to Republican foreign policy to Democrat, and we go through major shifts in foreign policy and national security, so much so that our allies can't handle the shift. It's no wonder that the Arabs during the Biden administration began to look towards who? Russia and China, because they have options, and they didn't think the United States is going to be there for them. If they're not really supporting Israel, where do you think they are on that list? And I had this conversation with Netanyahu, and I told him, you have got to work your way so you're not as dependent on the United States militarily. Dependent geopolitically? Absolutely. Dependent in terms of our shared values? Absolutely. But militarily, you got to work your way. You cannot afford to have that kind of a shift and how it translates to you in terms of major assistance. Those days have got to be over. Major challenge in front of us, we got a ceasefire. Putting together a committee to take Hamas's place as governance is going to be hard. Making sure the Palestinian leadership is right and they're not tied to Hamas in some way. Secondly, stitching together an international stabilization force that has the will to deal with Hamas if they don't want to give up their guns, they don't give up control. You should know, and you'll recognize this as soon as I say it, peace enforcement forces normally, under the UN or other auspices, fail consistently when one of the parties to the peace is not cooperating. And we already have that identified here. Enter a stabilization force. Are they going to have the will to take on Hamas and fight them? That remains to be seen. I think that is very much why the Vice President, Secretary of State's arriving in a day or two, Wickoff and Kushner are all in Israel. The challenges of phase 2 and seeing something material and significant come out of that. Good news is Israel still controls a significant portion of Gaza, 53%. And restoration and other things can go on there, but not in the area where Hamas is still in control. We got challenges ahead to be sure, but the will and determination of Netanyahu to see the objectives clearly, I haven't seen that kind of focus since Churchill in World War II. Despite the internal impediments, despite the external impediments, the objective is to defeat this enemy once and for all. Not just Hamas, but Iran. To put them back on their heels once and for all after 44 years of what they were doing. He seized it, and he was determined to do it despite political objection, despite international condemnation. President Trump stood up and supported him 100%. Did he provide guidance and balance at times? Of course. In any relationship, you're never going to be 100% agreement, nor is that healthy. The fact of the matter is they work together towards a common objective. Haven't seen that since Churchill and Roosevelt. Quite remarkable. Russia, Ukraine, where are we? We're far away from that war ending. Russia hasn't changed its strategic objectives. What are they? Topple the government in Ukraine, take control of it, use it as an anchor and a platform with all the technology, all the creativeness, and the rest of it to expand into Europe. Those are his objectives. That is the reality of it. And he has a couple of narratives out there to support him. Both of them are false. One, the justification for the war is because NATO expanded into Eastern Europe and is threatening Russia. Who on this planet can believe that? The truth is, a lot of people do. Some of them have household names. You see them on television. They actually believe that the war started because of NATO's encroachment. Now think of it. Just put your mind on this just for a second. All these countries lived under communist rule for 45 years. They saw the potential of that happening again with Russia. Not necessarily communism, but authoritarianism for sure. And they wanted no part of it. How do they stop that? Get under the umbrella of NATO. Made sense? And which countries there are so aggressive that they want to invade Russia? None of them. NATO wants to invade Russia? No. There is no encroachment. They have defensive weapons there, frankly, not enough. But they don't have offensive capability there because there is no offense in mind. It's an absurd, false narrative that people in this country actually buy into. Second narrative, we're winning the war. False, 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 false. In the last year plus of this recent offensive that they've tried to conduct, they have gained 0.6% new territory of the territory they control. They average over 1,000 casualties a day, over 300,000 plus casualties since President Trump walked into the Oval Office. They are not winning the war, but they want us to believe that it's inevitable that they're going to win this war. And we have done nothing to impose on them to the contrary. That's a fact. We just tried recently, you saw it, to go to a ceasefire. Who wants a ceasefire? Trump? Zelensky? Putin? No. Why? Because the war strategy to him makes the most sense in achieving his objectives. He believes once he goes to a ceasefire, Ukraine rearms, re-equips, everything becomes more difficult as a result of that. The war strategy, he believes, is his best means. Why? Wear down the United States and its leadership, wear down the Europeans and its leadership, wear down Ukrainian people where the war has been escalated. So they put pressure on Zelensky to make major concessions. That is his strategy. What do we need to do? More economic pressure, and you can come up with your own list, but stop people from buying Russian oil. It's got to be on top of that list. More military pressure, give them offensive weapons, certainly with no restrictions. And the Ukrainians aren't going to attack Moscow just because they have the means to do it. The Ukrainian targets have all been military. The number one target is a place called the Abaluga Manufacturing Center. There are 20,000 North Koreans that work there, and they make the Iranian Shahed drones, which are the ones they're flying 500, 600, 700 at when they do that massive swarming of drones into Ukraine, in addition to offensive cruise and ballistic missiles. So the Ukrainians want Tomahawk missiles that can take down a major factory and others like it, and the bombers that deliver the cruise and ballistic missiles. And we say, well, that's an escalation. I look at that and they say, that's largely defensive to stop the military escalation that Putin is imposing on who? The civilian population, killing them in major cities and destroying the energy infrastructure with winter coming. We got a lot more work to do on this, dealing with Russia and Ukraine. I'm going to stop right there. I'm on time, and I'll take any questions you have. Yes, sir.
We'll moderate Q&A with this microphone. If you have a question, raise your hand. I'll get to you.
General Keane, thank you for this. This is informative. It sounds like you are of the understanding that the anti-interventionists in the Trump administration, like Tulsi Gabbard, the kind of China prioritizers like Bridge Colby are not the ones who are driving things, and that there is a more traditional Republican foreign policy. Are we thinking about that right?
Well, I think, I'm sorry. I think we're likely going to have a national debate because what I do know about the national defense strategy that's coming out, if it does come out in its current form, it's classified right now, but in the general sense, it focuses on the Western Hemisphere and homeland defense. Homeland defense has always been number one in all of our national defense strategies, regardless of a Democratic American or Republican, administration. Obviously, how you apply that is the difference. So I think the major challenges we're facing in the world, I'm not suggesting that what cartels and what fentanyl has done to the American people isn't a serious problem. It absolutely is. And do we need to put some resources on that problem? You bet you we got to. But I think the major strategic framework still deals with those 4 countries in those 3 regions of the world in terms of world stability, permitting the world economy to grow and prosper, lift all boats, and certainly the prosperity of the United States and the American people. It's a debate worth having.
We have another question over here.
Yes, I'd like to know if Russia is, starting to lose and is desperate, would they use nukes?
Say again, I didn't hear it all.
She's asking if Russia is capable of using nuclear weapons.
Yeah, I'm so glad you brought it up. When you speak extemporaneously, I always leave probably 20% out, so there's part of the 20%. Yeah, Russia has threatened the use of nuclear weapons countless times during the Biden administration. Jake Sullivan, the primary advisor, who really was inside the president's head on this. By the way, I know a lot of this because they invited me in 3 times to talk to them about China and 1 time about Ukraine. Wanted my advice. I initially thought they invited me in to shut me up. But no, they were dead serious about it, and I guess I gave them the best of what I had. But anyway, they have threatened the use of nuclear weapons to get inside the mindset of American leadership and European leadership. And it began very early in the war when Ukraine wanted to upgun its capabilities, initially with something as simple as tanks. And, then it was HIMARS. This is an offensive missile that goes about 50 or 60 miles. Then it was F-16s, and the list went on. And then it was ATACMS. Every time they threatened it, we didn't provide it. Success on their part. What that policy did, that you're accenting here, by threatening the use of nuclear weapons on the Biden administration, and now they're doing it with the Trump administration, was successful. Because why? It protracted the war. None of us recognized the degree that Ukraine military had grown since 2014. We had U.S. generals in there, retired guys, some of them are my friends, helping them stitch together a military that made some sense. And we had no idea, because it hadn't done anything, how capable that military turned out to be. So we underestimated their capability and overestimated Russia. Russia doesn't have a good ground force today, and they're not going to have a good ground force tomorrow or in the future. It's institutionally paralyzed by centralized, incompetent leadership, training programs that don't really produce cohesive fighters that are willing to attack an enemy force and do it with some degree of imagination. This, what I'm talking about, doesn't exist. So they rely on, they believe time is on their hands. If they can protract the war by waving a nuclear flag and assistance is not provided to Ukraine, in his mind, Putin's mind, that's to his favor. And it worked with the Biden administration, and he's trying it right now. And I don't believe it's going to work with the Trump administration at all. And to date, the evidence has been it has not. Whether they provide Tomahawk weapons or not remains to be seen. We are challenged with Tomahawk weapons. Just in terms of the numbers of it, it's one of the major problems we have in dealing with China. That's the reality that we can't get into the details of it because it's classified. But nonetheless, I believe they should get those weapons, and I told you what the targets would likely be on those weapons. But yes, Putin is going to keep doing that. And he's very convincing. I mean, you're talking to a highly skilled, manipulative liar who's gotten inside the head of every one of our presidents. That's a fact. From Clinton just prior to his coming to power, all the way through our current president. The president understands it. He says, the guy, yeah, is he gaming me? Yeah, I think so. Is he tapping me? Yeah, I think so. You know, and Putin talks a good game. He talks about the mutual benefit that we're going to have with our countries. Mr. President, I want to get back to where we used to be, politically and economically, where our countries have shared objectives, and we want to do the best for our people. This is Putin, a lexicon here, a paraphrase, obviously. It makes sense. Who disagrees? I really want peace as much as you do, Mr. President. I really do. And the only thing, I wouldn't even be talking to the President of the United States if you weren't the President of the United States. This is the kind of conversation that goes on. And because the President is so genuinely intentioned to stop the killing, stop the dying, he's willing to talk to somebody who's lying to him in the hope that he can get him into a better place. That's the reality of it. And now he just shut down the talk that was going to take place in Budapest because he said, let's just go to immediate ceasefire, freeze in place. Zelensky said, I do. And Putin said, no way. Wants to continue the war. He comes up with other things as part of his negotiations. It's all stalling to protract the war. Time is on his side. Weaken the United States, weaken the Europeans, weaken the Ukrainian people. Thank you very much. Oh, you got another question?
We had one last question over here.
One last question, okay.
General, I think the one area of battlefield that we're not looking at is cognitive warfare. You know, how our enemies have weaponized things like why we went to a war because of Iraq, claiming it was because of Israel. What you're talking about with Putin. What does the United States need to do as a policy to push back against this information warfare that's being waged against our people to undermine our resolve?
Yeah. You know, in open democratic societies, we are really not good at this. We're not good at fighting back against that narrative inside our democracy because there's so much information out there. You know, it's difficult for a government to focus that. Every single day on state television and in print media, that false Russian narrative about justification for the war, why this war is taking place, and how they're winning this war day in and day out. And they control that narrative, and that's why the majority of the Russian people are still supporting them. The degree of penetration they have inside our society, information operations, is really significant. And I'm not talking about the war. I'm talking about any time they see an issue take place that where they can exploit the divisiveness in our society and expand it, they pile in there. And they are sophisticated at doing this. The George Floyd incident, a reprehensible incident, a man killed unnecessarily. We all bore witness to that. They saw the wound that exposed, and they piled in here. And they pile in here with media. I'm not Russian media, American media. They know exactly what they are doing to take advantage of that division. We were trying to get the Ukraine funded, and particularly in the House of Representatives. And there were opposition to it for two reasons. One, isolationists didn't want to be bothered. It's a European problem. Number two, the deficit hawks didn't want to spend the money. It's not so much on Ukraine, they didn't want to spend the money on anything. That's an oversimplification, those viewpoints, and I'll surrender to that. But the reality is, what did Russia do? And we found this out through intelligence. They were using the names and addresses of American citizens in congressmen's districts to make phone calls in American slang, American casual conversation. These are all Russian agents who speak our language fluently and registering complaints. They did the same thing with letters, and the letters all written differently. Not homogenized letter where you can compare one and say, oh my God, this is a form written letter. No, skilled. And it wasn't until the congressmen began to have town hall meetings that they said, where's the opposition? They didn't have the opposition. I got that feedback, obviously from multiple sources, but from the congressmen themselves. McConnell asked me to come talk to his Senate, all the Republicans, and I brought this subject up. And how many of you are receiving significant amount of mail that's opposing the funding? The hands went up. I said, take a hard look at it. Bring the Intel guys in here from your Intel committee and let them brief you on what's really going on here. This is sophisticated work that these people do. China, information operations. The thing I didn't mention to you is China, it will absolutely use cyber attack as part of its instrument of national power. They have already penetrated part of our critical infrastructure in this country, telecommunications, health systems, transportation systems. They're after finance and banking. And what their intent is to do is that if a kinetic war breaks out in the Indo-Pacific region, what they will do inside the United States is attempt to defeat the American people's support for that war by creating suffering, taking down parts of our utility grid, finance banking system, pharmaceutical system, and distributing medicines. The list goes on as part of our critical infrastructure. They've already penetrated some of this. The good news is we know it, all right? And we have to make certain we can defend against it. The problem is all the critical infrastructure I'm describing to you is in what? The private sector. It's not protected like our nuclear system or our military system by a government agency that's assigned for that protection. So we have to develop private and government working together to do this. It's another example of how you can take advantage of the vulnerabilities of an open democratic society that we're so proud of in our country, but are also vulnerable to information operations and to cyber attack penetration. A lot of work to be done here. Good news is our leaders are very much aware of this and aware of the sophistication of it. Thank you very much.
Our program will resume after a short break. Please join us outside the doors to grab lunch and bring it back inside the room.
Some of us in political life have a tendency to look at the Middle East too much in terms of the Israeli-Arab struggle. We look at Israel, a strong, free nation in the Middle East, and we look at its neighbors, its aggressive neighbors, the UAR in Syria, and we see this struggle, and we say, well, are we going to give planes to Israel? And are the Russians going to give them to the UAR? And how are we going to have a settlement between Israel and the Arab states? If that's all there was to it, it wouldn't be as difficult a problem as I'm going to put it. I think the Middle East now is terribly dangerous. It's like the Balkans before World War I, where the two superpowers, the United States and the Soviet Union, could be drawn into a confrontation that neither of them wants because of the differences there. When we then look at it in terms of Israeli versus Arabs, moderate Arabs versus radical Arabs, and whoever would think that there would be somebody more radical than the Syrians, within the radical Arab states fitting in that are more radical, the super radicals. When we think of all these factors, we can see what a very difficult situation it is. Now, what should U.S. policy be? I'll summarize it in a word. One, our interest is peace and the integrity of every country in the area. Two, we recognize that Israel is not desirous of driving any of the other countries into the sea. The other countries do want to drive Israel into the sea. Three, then, once the balance of power shifts where Israel is weaker than its neighbors, there will be a war. Therefore, it is in U.S. interest to maintain the balance of power.
Welcome back to the Grand Strategy Summit. I hope you all are enjoying your lunch. We're going to continue with our next session, which will look at some conflicts and hotspots around the world with a view of grand strategy and long-term thinking. Joining us today on this session is Congressman Zach Nunn, who represents Iowa's 3rd Congressional District and is serving his 2nd term in the U.S. House of Representatives. Congressman Nunn served nearly 2 decades in the U.S. Air Force as an airborne intelligence officer, flying missions over Russia, China, and the Middle East, logging more than 700 combat hours after 9/11. He later served as Director of Cybersecurity at the White House National Security Council and now serves as a colonel in the Air Force Reserve. In Congress, Representative Nunn serves on the House Financial Services Committee and the House Agriculture Committee. He also serves on the House Select Committee on the Chinese Communist Party. Joining Congressman Nunn is Secretary Robert Wilkie, who served as the 10th Secretary of Veterans Affairs, confirmed by the U.S. Senate in 2018. He previously served as Undersecretary of Defense for Personnel and Readiness under Secretary James Mattis, advising on readiness, National Guard, Reserve Affairs, Health Affairs, training, and the quality of life for our military families. He's the chairman of the Center for American Security at the American First Policy Institute and serves as a senior national security analyst for Newsmax. Son of an Army Artillery commander, Secretary Wilkie has over 20 years of federal service across multiple administrations and continues to advocate for those who serve and defend our nation. And I'd also like to welcome back Katie Pavlich to lead this discussion. Please join me in welcoming our panelists.
All right. Now we're here for the afternoon. I hope everyone's enjoying their lunch. Little tip on the microphone, hold it above, not the bottom. It will turn off, so that's the tip we know about. It's wonderful to be back with you again this afternoon. Thank you, gentlemen, both for joining us. So we're going to talk about a number of hot spots around the world, some of them hopefully becoming cooler spots. Most recently, I had the privilege of traveling with President Trump in the press pool to Israel and Egypt on his whirlwind peace agreement tour. That was amazing to land in Israel, watch him walk into the Knesset, get that reception from the people there, and then move on to Egypt, where almost 40 leaders flew in last minute to agree to help with this new ceasefire plan and expansion of the Abraham Accords in the Middle East. So I think we should start there. Just both of your assessments on where we are with that. I know the ceasefire is always, of course, fragile. There's lots of moving parts, but let's start with an overview of your kind of opinions and thoughts on this current situation between Israel, Gaza, and the broader Middle East.
Well, first of all, I want to thank everybody here who took the time out to not only engage in geopolitics, but talk about some of the really cutting-edge items. You know, for combat veterans here who have served, we're looking at this through a 20-year forever war situation coming out of both Afghanistan and Iraq. But when you look at the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, this is one of these issues that has gone back eon. And to think that we can even move forward in a direction that could be generationally different for the next kid growing up in Tel Aviv or the next kid growing up in Gaza City, this is truly transformational. So, you know, I absolutely agree with you here, Katie. The president has set a new standard for what's accomplishable and thinking about it that way. I'll flash back, you know, here we were not even 2 years ago where you had Iran launching weapon systems at Israel, 300 of them in the course of a 24-hour period. But for U.S. leadership in the region, not only were U.S. fighters in the air and Israeli fighters, we had British fighters and Jordanian fighters, and God bless, we even had French fighters up there. Collectively, we were able to shoot down nearly every one of those weapon systems and provide a canopy of freedom over Israel. Most recently, I was just in Saudi Arabia and then Bahrain and UAE, and all three of these Arab countries, blood enemies of Israel, not even 5 years ago, have now all come on board since Trump 1's administration said the Abrams Peace Accord are actually a pathway for not only normalization, but for economic success, for security within our own country, and it provides them the opportunity to deal with radicals within their own country while still being able to be part of a good international playbook to make the entire region safer. Building on that, while we were in it, Saudi Arabia, bombs literally started falling on Israel, and President Trump gave the Ayatollah in Tehran a clear message that he could either come to the table or he could suffer the wrath of the United States. And the Ayatollah went into hiding and effectively slapped the president's hand away at a time where he was actually giving Iran the opportunity to come back to the peace table. And we were in the Arab countries when those B-2s took that strike. There were only 4 members of Congress who were in the region, and we heard from every single Arab leader, this is the type of peace through strength that actually makes a difference. And the president not only was right to do this, but this is one of the reasons that we will have a future aligned more with the U.S. and Israel. And so, to wrap it up very quickly, Israel's role in forging a peace that brings hostages home is empowered by the fact that the United States has remained strong in this region and has not allowed our adversaries to use terrorism, to use centrifuge, or to use this type of snatch and grab that we saw on October 7th to become the playbook that goes all the way back to the days of Lebanon and when Nixon was leading. We've really got an opportunity to reset. So yes, I'm cautiously optimistic, but there's a pathway here that's not been there, at least in my lifetime.
So I'll answer that by going back 50 years. July 4th, 1976, my father was the operations chief for the 18th Airborne Corps at Fort Bragg, which at that time just consisted of the 82nd Airborne and the 101st Airborne Divisions. And we had a big bicentennial celebration on the main post parade field, and I can remember a young lieutenant getting up on the platform and starting to read out the names of the senior officers in both the Corps and the 82nd, and my father was one of them, and he disappeared for 2 days. Well, it just so happens that Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Netanyahu and his aide, Benjamin Netanyahu, Captain Netanyahu, had landed in Entebbe in Uganda to rescue the well over 100 Israeli citizens who were taken prisoner by the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine. And then within a year, Anwar Sadat landed in Jerusalem to break bread with Golda Meir, Moshe Dayan, and the leaders of Israel. And I thought we would never see a scene as momentous as that. I think we have seen that. The difference between now and that time is that we have a president who worked hand in hand with the people of Israel, not only to combat the world's oldest hatred, but they defanged the Ayatollahs, the theocratic fanatics in Tehran, and brought the so-called Arab nation along with them. And I think Katie, in some of her broadcasts in the last few years, has remarked that the Arabs would come on board because they're a heck of a lot more worried about Persian Shia in Mecca than they ever have been about Jews praying in Jerusalem. So we have an opportunity. We have also, if we're going to bring this full circle to the great strategic problem for the United States, and that is China. The President and Prime Minister Netanyahu have removed one of the arrows from China's quiver, because I've always argued that if Xi ever decides to go for Taiwan, in the past, one call would go to Tehran, the other to Moscow, to foment troubles in those regions to divert American attention from the Pacific. So the mere fact that Iran is on its back heels in the weakest position that it has been in since the revolution in 1979 is a victory for all freedom-loving peoples, and I do hope that we have seen a new day, and perhaps we will live up to the great wish of Golda Meir that we have peace in the Middle East on that day when the Palestinians love their children more than they hate Jews.
Yeah, on the note of Iran, President Trump, when we were flying over on Air Force One, he said even if we had made this same hostage ceasefire deal without taking out Iran's nuclear program, there would have been a dark cloud over the entire process. But there are no dark clouds now, he says. So as an observer and as someone who's covered this issue for many years, what I see now in the precarious situation of moving forward is there are two kind of separate paths here. There are the state actors, which are all of the countries and the Arab countries that want to come to the table, which are willing to come to the table, that did show up in Egypt to sign this agreement, who want to work on commerce and the economy and combating terrorism. They seem very serious about peace in the Middle East. Then, of course, you still have these factions of terrorist gangs, which have been defanged significantly, Hezbollah in Lebanon, Houthis in Yemen, and Hamas in the Gaza Strip, but they still exist as an ideology, and they are, of course, now the ones causing the problems with potentially the ceasefire agreement falling apart, because they broke the ceasefire just a couple of days ago by killing 2 IDF soldiers. They're still playing games with not returning hostage bodies as they agreed to. So can you talk about the differences between those two paths, and can countries that have a history of, Iran has now been significantly set back, both nuclearly and with their ability to fund their terror proxies. But Qatar was also put on a blockade by its Arab neighbors as recently as 2018 for funding terrorism. They were harboring Hamas leaders as they were sending Palestinians to their death after launching October 7th from 6-star hotels in Doha. And also Turkey is a huge problem when it comes to enabling, funding, and harboring Hamas leaders and terrorists and signing on to this ideology. So if you guys could just, with your expertise, talk about these two different paths here and the potential for the countries that want to move forward in a modern way to help, not put the responsibility of combating this terrorism on Israel's borders, on Israel, but on the Arab states to get those territories under control.
Let's talk about the remnants of the Ottoman Empire first. Erdogan is a lot more dependent on Donald Trump than most in the Western world appreciate. He's dependent on the United States for the sustainment of his armed forces. He's dependent on the United States for the economic participation of his country in the Western economy. So Erdogan is more of an irritant than he is a terminal problem. But the issues that you raised are fascinating. I have a different view as to what happened with the Qataris and President Trump. I think the call went to Doha and said, okay, he can strike you any time he wants to. So you have a choice. You can end up like downtown Tehran, or you could help us solve this problem that has vexed every Western leader for centuries. And I think they got the message. They were also isolated by their neighbors. Look, again, once the Iran factor was not completely eliminated, but taken to a point where they were no longer a threat, and they were exposed as a paper tiger. I mean, and I'm just an Air Force intel guy. This man is a warrior, But the Israelis sent 4 planes and took out the entire Russian-based air defense system of the Ayatollahs. They were exposed. There is nothing on the part of the Arab nations to fear from Iran now. And they also understand that Donald Trump will hit the Ayatollahs if they raise their head again. So yes, there is a new day. And in terms of the historical significance, nobody ever thought that Anwar Sadat would come to Jerusalem. The front line of Arab recalcitrance against the state of Israel, he did. I think this has the potential to be already greater than that. And I do think with American leadership and the fact that there's no question that the IDF is the hegemonic military power in that region. I mean, that's not even something that you mentioned Erdogan. Erdogan's not going to tangle with the Israelis. He'll play his game, but in the end, he's going to get in line with what President Trump wants him to do.
Okay, I would highlight here that we've gone from Iran, as Secretary Wilkie highlighted, that used to be the dominant force in the Middle East, to now becoming a modern-day Syria. It is on its back heels. It doesn't have the ability to exercise external force, but it has a great desire to maintain support within the country, or at least control of the country. And so there's a real potential here that Iran is falling back into a 1979 vibe of individuals who are to the, more fanatic position than the Ayatollah. But at the same time, there's a clamoring of a country of 80 million who want desperately to throw off the shackles of what the Ayatollah has forced on them. So the good Iranians, if you can call it that, really want to see a brighter future here. The challenge is going to be twofold. One, the proxy groups run by the Iranian Revolutionary Guards Corps and Quds Force specifically are trying to maintain external power while recognizing they've got an internal power dynamic. That means the amount of weapon sales coming out of Iran, the illicit oil sales, the drone production, the high technology partnering to either backfill Russia, to partner with China, and certainly to keep their proxies moving, does become an asymmetric threat for the region. And we should not count Iran out. My concern here also folds into the fact, as you mentioned, there are 3 terrorist elements that are largely funded through the IRGC. Hamas in Lebanon has both literally and figuratively, in many cases, been neutered by the Mossad. As a military guy, I'm not putting a pager anywhere near me. But as a result, I think it now leaves the Lebanese in a challenged position as well to say, how do we fill the void that Hamas is diminished? Second becomes Hamas itself. Hamas in the Gaza Strip, Hezbollah in Lebanon. Hamas in the Gaza Strip is in a equally challenged position that they're now trying to reassert their control, and lining up people in the middle of downtown Gaza City and executing them is clearly not a way to win the hearts and minds. The fear factor, the reign of terror that the Hamas group is coming back in with, I think will be short-lived for them, but it's all they've ever known, and they're certainly working with second, if not third or fourth tier leadership in the region. Which really leaves us then with this upstart Houthi rebel group, which has taken on not only outsized force in the region, but a willingness to take risks that we haven't seen since the 1970s with Iranian terror proxies. Launching sophisticated weapons into airports at Tel Aviv, taking pot shots at U.S. carrier strike groups, this becomes probably the most effective way for Iran to force project in the region. And increasingly, they're using weapons that are not coming indigenous to Iran, but through proxies in the area who want to take Israel and the U.S. to task, but are too unable or afraid to do it directly. And I think that is the space to watch in the destabilization. And I'll just double click here on Qatar now has achieved a unique status. I would say a Five Eyes level engagement with the United States. In fact, having a U.S. military operation on U.S. soil with Qatari pilots is something that we've afforded no other ally, not even the Brits, the Japanese, or Singapore. And this is a new time for us, but it has also fostered a lot of jealousy amongst Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Bahrain that there appears to be a fast track for one country and not a similar situation there. We need to be cognizant of that so we don't inadvertently fracture our partnership in a very vital part of the world for not only global energy, but global alliance.
And I would say that the president has reminded what's left of the Hamas leadership that their 70,000 Israeli soldiers pointed at them in their last enclave. And I don't think there will be any cries from the Arab leadership if Hamas does get out of line that they will be eliminated this time.
Let's address Judea, Samaria, West Bank for a minute, because it's been left out of a lot of the conversation surrounding Hamas and the Gaza Strip and the terror proxies around. Obviously, Iran's been taken off as a threat mostly. However, the West Bank is a tinderbox. It is the next Gaza. They are finding rockets. There are terror training camps. There are tons of terrorists living in the West Bank. How do they address that as a potential future problem as we're trying to move into this new era of peace in the Middle East?
Look, first of all, I visited the West Bank because I wanted to go to Jerusalem when I was in Israel. So I flew over early so I could specifically identify it. And, you know, by all outward signs, the West Bank looks not unlike Raqqa. I met a girl who was working as a barista at a Starbucks there, trained at the University of Chicago, faithful Muslim, highly intelligent, and the moment that she started speaking to me in English, a guy from behind the counter came out and just screamed and berated her that she had no business speaking. Not because I was an American, but because she was a woman having a conversation with a customer. This clash of the future of the Palestinian people, the future of Israel, comes into sharp relief because the West Bank has been an area where there's actually been some investment. There's been westward-leaning opportunities. The number of people who work, you know, in Jerusalem and then cross back over to Bethlehem is real. It also means that it becomes a very permeable route for radicals to be able to infiltrate directly into Israel's capital on a moment's notice. Something that, you know, for October 7th to hit a music festival on the outskirts is different than people literally being on the other side of the wall, being able to cause mass casualty events. So with this, you know, I applaud both the IDF, Mossad specifically, for being able to provide counterintelligence in this region. But this is an area where I would absolutely want to be able to partner both with the Jordanians, who have proven to be good allies in this space, and our Arab partners to help de-radicalize the West Bank and provide a pathway here for success for the Palestinians who are in this area, who do want to see a successful future where they're not constantly locked in war with their Israeli neighbors.
And you are right, it is a tinderbox. I think one of the most corrupt, well, I don't think, one of the most corrupt kleptocracies this side of Moscow is the Palestinian Authority. The leaders of the Palestinian Authority have stolen billions of dollars. When they are not stealing, they are paying terrorists who kill Israelis. But there has to be a point, and I think the congressman is right, and this one is up to the Arabs, and I know the president has told everyone from Saudi Arabia to the Emirates to Jordan, this is on you. You have to get in there. The young people, the one of whom he just described, know what their leadership is. The good thing for us is that that leadership, I think, has an average age of about 78. And the leader, Abu Mazen, sometimes known as Mahmoud Abbas, I like to use his nom de guerre, is on his last legs. And there will be a convulsion when these people die off or are removed. And we have to offer them something other than what they have had. And that may actually be as tough or a tougher nut to crack in that part of the world than Gaza has been.
Yeah, Jared Kushner tells this great story about the first term and how when he would meet with Mahmoud Abbas, he would fly in on a private jet, he would have someone light a cigarette for him, whereas Netanyahu didn't have a government plane at the time, would fly commercial to the United States with his staff, and there was just such a stark contrast between the way the two govern, and especially when it came to the productivity of Israel versus the Palestinian Authority. Let's bring this domestic for a second. You mentioned at the beginning, Congressman, that Americans are weary of 20 years of never-ending war. What the angle of that was, especially with the disastrous and undignified withdrawal from Afghanistan. We've seen a lot of anti-Israel sentiment popping up over the course of the last 2 years. I find it just incredible that a country could suffer such a heinous attack and then become somehow the oppressors of the people who attacked them. But we are seeing this playing out in our politics, in our media, on our college campuses among young people, and that's one aspect which I'd like you both to address. The second is, we're seeing this pro-terrorism attitude among a significant number of people inside of America, combined with the fact that the previous administration let in 20 million people who they didn't know who they were. So there is a terrorist threat here, both ideologically and physically, that, thank God, we haven't seen a result of yet. Hopefully we will not. I know people are working every day very hard to prevent those types of things. But if you could address, why is Israel important to America?
Right.
What does that partnership actually look like, and how do they benefit us? Yeah. Why should we care? And then also address the domestic side of it.
Let me get the esoteric side of that, and I think it's one of the most important questions that we can ask. Our civilization began in the Judean desert over 3,000 years ago when Abraham came out of his tent. The foundation for the Bill of Rights came from the Ten Commandments. The foundation for our rule of law came from the teachings of Isaiah and St. Paul. And that continuum that began in the Judean desert moved to Athens, to Rome, to London, and then finally to the American Colossus. What we have engaged in this country, and you have talked about it a lot in the last 4 or 5 years, is that we have engaged in the practice of self-flagellation that borders on humiliation. Humiliation of what we have stood for, what we stand for as a Western civilization. And I'll give you one quick example from my hometown of New Orleans. New Orleans was the first place, it's the most bizarre and eclectic city in America, but it was the first place that Jews were fully integrated into society, political, cultural, economic, to the point where in the 1850s, in the city of New Orleans, a Jew left New Orleans to go to the United States Senate. That's at the same time Benjamin Disraeli was just starting out on his career in Westminster, but New Orleans sent a Jew to the U.S. Senate. And when the Ivy League had quotas and prohibitions on the admission of Jews, 2 schools in my hometown, Tulane and Jesuit Loyola, opened their doors to the point where I think Tulane's population is 40% Jewish. I never thought I would see these Marxist, Gaza-obsessed individuals rampage through Tulane and neighborhoods in the city of New Orleans. That is the great tragedy that we are facing in the West, because there's a political class. It's actually worse in France and Britain, where, by the way, in Birmingham, England, the city council has just barred the supporters of Maccabi Tel Aviv, one of Israel's two great soccer teams, from attending a soccer match between Maccabi and Aston Villa, the team in Birmingham, because the local member of parliament, a guy named Ayub Khan, says we don't support genocide. We have to take a stand in the public square. The oldest hatred is now live amongst us. But that goes to the heart of what we have been doing to ourselves for the last 50 or 60 years, where we have not taught our citizens that the United States is the last best hope on this planet, that we have given the world. I'll leave with Colin Powell, I'll end with Colin Powell. Colin Powell used to say to us that a platoon of airborne rangers has done more for the peace of the world than all the UN agencies, self-serving celebrity telethons, and virtuous politicians will ever do. And we don't herald that story. It's a much too lengthy discussion for this forum. But that's what's at the heart of it. And you want to see it, look at what's playing out in the streets of Chicago. Look at what's playing out in Seattle and Los Angeles. And what is about to happen in the city of New York, the city with more Jews than any place outside of Israel. They're about ready to get the apostle of anti-Semitism as the head of that city. And not enough people are shouting it down, particularly the senator from New York City, Mr. Schumer. And that says everything you need to know about him.
And Kay, I think, when we look at it particularly for, I look over here at the next generation of American leaders who are going to have a lot to inherit from things that we have tried to keep together and in some ways probably screwed up for you. So apologies in advance, but lots of opportunities for success.
You're doing your best.
But here's the reality. You saw it this weekend play out. You saw a group of individuals who proudly carried pro-Hamas signs, waved Palestinian flags, while on the same flagpole they had pride flags right there with it. It is a fundamental, not only misunderstanding, but willful delusion to be able to say that I am all things resistance. I am all things anti-Trump. I am all things anti-America, because I believe at some point I've had an educator who told me that America itself was the problem. And whether that is at our elite Ivy League colleges or whether it's in a high school classroom, we consistently see this politicization of and retelling of America's history, and an idea that you're either on that side or this side. And candidly, for too many kids today, for too many young people, for too many people below 40, they feel like they've got to pick a side, and often it aligns far more not with their family or their value or the principles they grew up on, but whatever they're seeing as being fashionable at the moment. And so this 3 to 5% argument ends up hijacking an entire generation. Whether you want to be boomers out there because this is what you did in Vietnam and now I'm going to go out on the weekend, it's still 3% of those guys. Whether you're Gen Z and you followed it on TikTok and you're like, the only way that I can express my hesitation is to call out Israel and therefore America and everyone else is bad. Again, a fraction of what's happening. Now, to your larger point here, 20 million illegals coming into our country does two things immediately. One, it makes it much harder for everyone who came to this country legally to be able to have a pathway to success going forward. And in my home state of Iowa, we've got some of the best Americans you're ever going to meet, and they came here legally. At the same time, you have an entire industrialization on the political side saying the only way we can get a majority in Congress is to redistrict. Not the way Texas is doing it, not the way North Carolina just did, but by having a massive number of people to count on the census who could never vote for me, but they will fundamentally change how we redistrict places like California, your home state of Arizona, certainly making a play in Texas. Across the country, Illinois can't get any more gerrymandered than it is, and I'm effectively a suburb of Chicago at this point, living in Iowa. The reality is there are people in one political party who have made a decision that this is the only way they can cling to power. And I don't mean to make this a partisan conversation, although that's what my daytime job is. is to really be able to highlight the fact that we've got to be able to call this out and just have a rational conversation here. When you find a Palestinian flag above a pride flag and stomp on the American flag, you've given up on logic to be able to be in that position.
Let me give you one more example, since we are a few months removed from Lincoln, Blinken, and Biden. In March of 2021, Anthony Blinken met with his Chinese counterpart in Alaska. The first 30 minutes of that encounter was the Chinese foreign minister reading back the words of Kamala Harris and Joe Biden about America being a racist, oppressive nation, the font of all of the world's problems. And the only thing that Anthony Blinken could do was mouth a bunch of faculty lounge pieties about how we have to do better. Now, had that been Richard Nixon or Ronald Reagan, the response would have been, the United States of America is not to be lectured by a country that has murdered 100 million of its own people since 1949. But if we cannot stand up for ourselves, even rhetorically in that setting, then we are prey to the rapacious actors on the planet when it comes to a kinetic encounter. And that was what was so frightening about Biden and his clique, to be led by people of that ilk who had no more pride in what the United States has given to the world. The only nation in the history of the world to offer a helping hand to everyone on the planet, including its enemies, and to stand there and be berated by a jailer from Beijing. So that's...
Well, to your point, last summer, Benjamin Netanyahu came to speak to the Congress, and there was a massive riot, turned into a riot, as they usually do, outside of Union Station, which of course is steps away from the U.S. Capitol. And during that demonstration, the pro-Palestinian, which is the same thing as being pro-Hamas, ripped down all 3 American flags at Union Station in the nation's capital, burned them, and then hoisted up their own Palestinian flags outside of the Union Station, just steps away again from the White House and from the U.S. Capitol. So that was jarring. And then a month later, Joe Biden...
I will say, we hoisted 3 American flags. Yes. Members of Congress marched from it to hoist them back up and replace it.
And then a month later, to your point about the Biden administration, the same kind of protesters show up at the DNC, and Joe Biden gets on stage and says that they have a point. So this seems to be a very serious problem. One thing on the foundation of the country, the land of Israel is foundational to America, and George Washington, the first president, after they won the American Revolution, wrote a letter to a congregation in Savannah and said, essentially, that the exodus from Egypt was the inspiration for the rebels in America to take on the British Empire and establish a new nation. When they were looking for a new seal for the United States of America, Benjamin Franklin proposed, along with Thomas Jefferson, I believe, a seal of Moses leading his people out of Egypt to the land of Israel. So these two things are foundationally and deeply connected beyond just the modern day politics.
And what Washington preached was not tolerance. He preached revolutionary acceptance, that you could sit under your fig and vine tree in peace in this new world. And that was the beginning of the notion of America as the lifeboat, the last hope. And what we're seeing in the streets, and particularly in our universities, if we don't stand up to it, the consequences will not just be for us, but for the entire world.
Let's move on the map a little bit. Let's go to Russia, Ukraine. The president just had a meeting with President Zelensky at the White House. They were planning on doing another summit in Europe here in the next couple of weeks. That seems to be put on hold. There was some talk of giving the Ukrainians Tomahawk missiles. That has now been taken off the table. The president recently said, which was very different than what he talked about previously, that he believes Ukraine can take back all of their territory. We had the summit in Anchorage with Vladimir Putin. Where do we stand with this situation? It seems that the Ukrainians are doing everything that the White House wants them to do, and yet Putin is still refusing to even come to the table in good faith for negotiation.
Well, look, the notion that anyone should be surprised by what the Russians have pulled. I mean, they have rejected the last 3 offers of a ceasefire, which Zelensky has accepted. And once, I think, once they realized that for the time being the tomahawks were off the table, it was the threat of the tomahawks that prompted that call from Vlad the Impaler. Then they came to the table, and then once that was not in the cards, they pulled back. Look, we have an opportunity here, and I'll talk about it a little more in my formal remarks later, to really put a dent into this triumvirate of terror. We've already seen what has happened to the Iranians, and with the Russians standing up to them and giving the Ukrainians the tools that they need to defend themselves actually weakens China in the end, because it cuts off many of its avenues for mischief. But the Ukrainians have done a remarkable thing. But for us, they have reminded us two lessons. One, the peer-on-peer lessons of the 20th century when it comes to military engagement are still with us. Two, a smaller nation with incredible dexterity, flexibility when it comes to the use of high tech can really land significant blows on a larger nation. And I was talking to Katie before, a country without a navy has wiped out a surface fleet in the Black Sea. A country without much of an air force has destroyed 1/3 of the strategic bomber force of the world's largest nuclear power in terms of the number of warheads that they possess. And look, if anybody thinks that that Putin will stop if he is victorious in Ukraine, then that is a complete negation of what we know of Russian history. And you know, the obscene, I quote the late Christopher Hitchens when he talks about Russian history, the obscene wickedness of Russia's history is there for all of us to see. From the pogroms, the anti-Semitism, the Black Hundreds, the massacres of civilians. And I'll just say, I did see President Zelensky after his meeting with President Trump, and what he pointed out was that there will be more stories of Russian atrocities. What is Putin doing now? He's attacking civilians. He just took out a farmer's market on Sunday. And I just want to knock down one argument. This notion that providing him with weapons, Zelensky with weapons to strike back, is somehow an escalation. Russia has been raining ballistic missiles on Ukraine for 3 years now. And giving the Ukrainians the ability to strike back with similar systems is not an escalation. That is a logical response to Russian terror. But we need to help. We need to get Europe back on track where it has lived off of the largesse of the American people for most of the post-war era. And if anything will come good out of that, it is that at least some of the European nations, including the Germans, are waking up to their responsibilities.
Yeah, Congressman, I've been to Europe twice this year, both for NATO and for the Dubrovnik Forum, and was in Europe the summer before, and it seemed like they almost had to be shocked into reality about what it means to have a defense. The president has been adamant about, and he said, we will transfer weapons that are purchased by NATO, and you can transfer them to Ukraine, but we are getting out of the business of arming Ukraine. Is it past time for these European countries not to even think that they need U.S. weapons, but time for them to grow up, get up to the plate, and solve this problem for themselves?
Katie, I think you reflect on not just traveling with the president on here, but where there's been a seismic shift, just even pre-Biden. We had a situation here where the president, for everyone who feared that President Trump was going to be a hands-off president on the world stage, He has taken more directive role in forming a more secure world than we were even 6 months ago. We have seen that, and again, when we were in Bahrain, the foreign minister said, you know, we have worked with the Ayatollah as a communication conduit to the White House for decades. And the Ayatollah, on the eve of President Trump's strike, said, don't tell us how to manage presidents. We've been managing presidents for 4 decades. We know how to stretch this out to be in our benefit. The next night, the Ayatollah woke up to his entire nuclear program wiped off the face of the earth. The reality here is that the president has also had the same opportunity to lead with Russia and Ukraine. And I would say it's threefold. First and foremost, the Ukrainians, when they first came over, had an expectation the United States was going to fight and win this war for them. And the president made very clear, this is Ukraine's job first and foremost. And I have done election monitoring in Ukraine when they were doing their parliamentary elections. I've seen in Zaporizhia where separatists literally put minefields around polling stations, and I've watched little babushkas walk through minefields to vote because they never want to go back to the way it was under the Stalinist regime that got them there in the first place. The resolve of the Ukrainian people, I feel fully that they are committed to their own independence. The second piece was Europe. And I think this is absolutely correct, that the post-World War II and certainly post-Cold War environment has been the United States is here to do the heavy lifting, and candidly, the American taxpayer, they kind of owe it to us. And they've been living off this Marshall Plan attitude of, we'll do the front-facing, and certainly there are great allies in here, the UK being one of them. But there are far too many in Europe who have decided to outsource their entire national security to allow the largesse of their social safety network to come first and foremost. We finally have a NATO that's putting up the required 5% of their own national defense. And you're absolutely right. Whatever happens in Ukraine will end up happening on Europe's border if Europe doesn't stand up to this. But what I've told every European member of parliament who's come and asked for more, I said the United States has responsibilities in Europe, in the Middle East, certainly in Asia, but first and foremost, we have responsibilities right here at home. And that means we've got to spend our resources on where the taxpayer told us to do that, and that's on the home front. So the last piece then goes to, how do we collectively stand up to Russia? The Ukraine-Russia conflict needs to be decided by all 3 parties involved. But first and foremost, the United States should not walk away from what Putin has put on on all of our plate. By being a hostile actor, by being willing to sacrifice hundreds of thousands of his own people, by destroying a generation of military equipment in a failed onslaught, it exposes not only how weak Russia is, but how dogmatic Putin is in saying at all costs, I will take back Crimea and Donbass, and eventually I will reclaim the pre-Soviet empire of the czars. We know that to be unrealistic. I don't think Putin does. We've been leading the Peace Act. It is a Republican-led effort to put real sanctions on Russia. And it has not only garnered broad bipartisan support, like the tomahawks, it is one of the best ways that we can stand up to Russia and force them to come not only back to the table, but recognize we're serious about this. 5% NATO spending, real sanctions, and the opportunity for our allies, whether it's Patriot weapon systems in Poland or Tomahawks potentials in Ukraine, it's forced Russia for the first time to really come to reality that they're not going to be able to do this. Now, I give the president a lot of credit that he has been patient, he has been consistent, and he has attempted at every time to seek peace between these 2 partners. But when you have one partner, not unlike Israel, facing Hamas, who says we're willing to work together, and you have another partner like Russia who is attempting to play the Ayatollah's game of we're going to continue to stretch negotiations as long as possible and hope for a breakthrough, at some point they've slapped the hand of the United States away too many times, and you have to hold Putin accountable.
Let me give you an example, Katie, is what I meant by living under the protection of the eagle. And I'll attack our great neighbor to the north, Canada. When I was born, my father was a young lieutenant in the 3rd Armored Division. Canada had the 4th largest army in NATO. Eisenhower said the finest troops he commanded in World War II were Canadian. Their battle record was second to none. Today, the Canadian Army is the size of the Alabama National Guard. our 30th largest state. There are 50 pilots in the Canadian Air Force, 50, and 16 of them are assigned to the Snowbirds demonstration team for air shows. The United Kingdom and Germany, their combined end strength for their armies is smaller than the number of troops that Lithuania can put into the field. Britain, Germany, the fourth and fifth largest economies on the planet. The Royal Navy is the smallest it has been since the Dutch rampaged up the Thames in 1658. And it has fallen on the United States to carry this burden. Trump is saying enough. He's not saying America alone. That's not the message. But America needs its partners. And the congressman is right. They have established this massive cradle-to-grave state because of the generosity of the American people. And they had better get their act together. And I can pick on the Canadians some more, but I won't since Trudeau is busy on a yacht with a pop singer someplace.
Right, and who could forget that the Europeans are still funding Putin's war by buying their energy as a result of
$5 billion a year from France alone, and we have to listen to Macron's lectures.
Right, it's quite incredible. Okay, with the remaining time, I want to get to China. We talked a little bit earlier about China's latest antics with restricting rare earths, restricting material, the president's efforts to mine rare earths here in America. But overall, what is your assessment with our position with China right now, and maybe some of the hot spots we should be looking for?
So I wish we would have had the opportunity to start with this, because in my opinion, this is the singular most pressing national security threat, and it's one that's going to echo long beyond the next 3 years of the Trump administration. But I will say Trump has gotten it right from day one. This is the trade war that we have to have now, so we don't have capitulation war 10 years from now. We have an opportunity here to fundamentally reshape how we hold China accountable. And I sit on the China Select Committee and the China Commission, both of which are bipartisan, but which have overwhelming need to be able to say China's dilatory behavior in this area, everything from direct capture of rare earth minerals to deploying bio threats through agricultural trades at the University of Michigan, not only are real, they are intentional. And the design by President Xi to find every measure to undermine the United States and our partners in the region, it should be a coalesce force between the U.S., our European allies where they're paying attention, but certainly great leaders in the region like Japan, South Korea, Australia, to some extent New Zealand, Singapore, and increasingly India. They may be the single galvanizing factor to bring all these countries together. That said, they also have the ability to outpace us on nearly every level. As is highlighted here, one shipyard in China today has produced more ships in the last year than the entire U.S. Navy did since World War II. We need to recognize that they are operating at a level beyond checkers and chess. They are playing Go to fence in the United States in a way that we alone are not going to be able to compete against. And yes, onshoring here is important. But if the Taiwan factor took place today, the amount of chips we would lose would devastate the entire world and empower China in a way we can't even imagine. And it doesn't even have to be militarily. I mean, simply allowing the Chinese to have economic control over Taiwan, to have outsized political voice in Taiwan. We just saw this week the new shadow prime minister, or who will soon be the prime minister if left unchecked, has said, not only do I want to have peace with China, I want to invite China into Taiwan. It is much more realistic that the Chinese take Taiwan in the next 5 years in a Hong Kong-style approach of certainly overwhelming it than Chinese Marines showing up on the shore and we have to deploy a carrier strike group. Because while I am fully confident in Pappy and everybody in Indo-PACOM to be able to do their job, showing up with a carrier strike group doesn't matter when the folks in Taipei have just elected a pro-communist leader in charge of their country.
The United States burst onto the world stage because Thomas Jefferson had a notion of American commerce sailing the global commons. That's what he called it. And in the Mediterranean, the Barbary pirates were taking American ships imprisoning American sailors and forcing them to either convert to Islam or die. Thomas Jefferson had two things happen. His two fundamental hatreds, organized religion and hereditary monarchy, sprang up, and he dispatched the entire United States Navy to Algiers. The Marine Corps landed in what is now Libya, cut a path of devastation over 1,000 miles, and a young Stephen Decatur sent a note to the Bay of Algiers: you either surrender or we burn you down. If Taiwan falls, China controls the world's busiest sea lanes. The prime directive of American foreign policy since Thomas Jefferson has been to protect global sea lanes. And this is where I get a little critical. At the Department of Defense, you all have seen all of the thunder and lightning about push-ups and the rest. That's important. I mean, I'm the son of an airborne ranger. I grew up watching men in red berets who could do amazing things physically. But the maintenance on our nuclear attack submarine fleet alone, just the maintenance, would take the full capacity of our shipyards for the next 30 years. We were about ready to, well, not ready, because when I was Undersecretary of Defense, I signed off on a $7 billion carrier. That carrier is still in Newport News, and the price tag is now hitting $17 billion. That's the battle line of 1940s. And they may be great against the Houthis, but as the congressman hinted, in any war game that we have conducted about Taiwan and China, the carriers don't make it. Now, we could put 6 nuclear attack submarines in the water for one carrier. But the point is, we have to be serious. The one advantage that we do have in the region is that China is surrounded by nations with 5,000-year memories of Chinese aggression and imperialism. They are very capable. We have just seen the elevation of the Iron Lady of Asia to the premiership in Tokyo. She is very realistic, and she is throwing off all of the shackles of the pacifist enterprise that rightfully in 1945 was foisted on the Japanese. We're going to be back, hopefully, in Cam Bay in Vietnam. The Indians are not going to, despite all of the stuff in the press, India believes that in a few years they will overtake China as the world's premier economic power and also the world's largest nation. They're not going to play games, but we have to create the scenario where it is prohibitively expensive for Xi to intimidate, much less come across those straits. We have to get serious about our own defense. We need more pilots. We need more ships. Again, back to Ukraine, they have shown us the way. With our high tech, we can give the Taiwanese the means to keep that 110-mile strait free of Chinese ships, because we create a hedgehog there and it's prohibitively expensive for them to come across those straits. But we have serious, serious business to do at the Department of Defense, and I think Congress really needs to step up, particularly the Senate, and take the lead.
Is it time for the president to issue an emergency declaration for shipbuilding, for reestablishing our defenses, our shells, right, all the production?
One of the things I wrote, and I was responsible for the transition plan for the Department of Defense, was to use what we used at VA during the COVID emergency, and that was the Defense Production Act. It works. We have to force feed industry to do the things we need to do. Mundane things in some respects, precision-guided munitions, artillery shells, drones, both aerial and undersea. Those are the things we need. We do need more vessels, but we have to look at the 21st century, not be hidebound by what happened off Okinawa in 1945.
And Katie, I would say very quickly here, the Secretary is absolutely right here. I'm privileged that I sit on financial services, and it's actually financial services that's leading the Defense Production Act, and it's up this year. Now, normally, so we all recognize, the National Defense Authorization Act is a one-year spending bill that goes, it's about as schizophrenic as Congress can be, on what we want to spend things on. And we make a lot of requests of the department. We give them a little bit of money, and then we have an expectation by next year it's all going to be better. We recognize this also, though, that the production and acquisition within the department is not only not working, it's hard broke. DPA gives us the opportunity to be a little bit more strategic in our approach to this, to be able to identify what the top tiers are. And this comes out of, nobody was building landing craft when we went into Korea at the beginning of the Korean War, but it gave Truman and then Eisenhower the opportunity to say, somebody at Chevrolet Motor Company needs to help us construct these things. A new aspect that we're putting in the DPA this year, it's our amendment, this guy in the back here, Andrew, wave your hand, is helping write the Force Act. Not only because we're Star Wars fans, but because we're trying to get the best people in the room to say, how does industry help advise on this? If we take one thing away from what the Ukrainians and the Israelis have been able to do, and candidly the Taiwanese now, is that they've been able to onboard commercial technology, innovation, and execution at a much higher rate than we're able to do here in the United States. This is certainly a lesson the Russians have learned in their acquisition. We should be taking a lesson away from the Ukrainians, not following a model that hasn't worked for us since pre-World War II. DPA is part of the situation. Katie, I would also add just here on our way out that we also need to recognize traditional warfare in the way that we've seen Russia and Ukraine fight is quickly changing. And what China is doing is not only direct competition with the United States with its new mega cruiser, the super cruiser or a carrier that they've just built, but they're also funding our biggest adversaries right here in the New World. And when you look at where Colombian drug lords and Venezuelan gangs and South American and Central American threats are coming from, it is the source material they're getting from China, it is the weapons they're getting, and it is the military advisors who are showing up in the New World just south of our border, who are going to be the asymmetric threat that we're going to have to contend with in the same way Israel has had to contend with asymmetric threats throughout the entire Middle East. This is where we need to be partnering with our allies and recognizing there are great best practices out there. America better get smart real quick.
Modernization. All right, we are out of time. We could keep talking, but thank you both very much. I know you have places to be. Thank you.
All right, welcome back. Before we move to our final speaker of the day, I want to give a special mention to a group of students who are here visiting from California State University, Fullerton, a group of business honors students who travel out with the Nixon Foundation every year for the Grand Strategy Summit. Thank you for being here, and I hope you have enjoyed your week in Washington, D.C. I can't think of anyone better to help us wrap up this year's Grand Strategy Summit than Secretary Robert Wilkie. So I'm honored to welcome him back up to the stage to bring us home. Secretary Wilkie.
Well, it's a return engagement. You just had me for an hour, and now you've got me for a few more minutes. First of all, I can never say enough what an honor it is for me to be associated with anything that brings us to the Nixon family and the Nixon legacy. Because when Richard Nixon entered the White House, there were 600,000 Americans in Southeast Asia. One was a young major from New Orleans, my father. America was in retreat and facing its greatest internal crisis since the Civil War. But when Richard Nixon left office, my father was at home because one man believed that his mission was to create a generation of peace. President Nixon secured a way out of a failed conflict without losing American prestige or power. He disengaged without losing the larger Cold War. Meeting Chairman Mao, he pulled China from the Soviet Union and exploited tensions between both of those communist powers. Détente at a time of American weakness internally lowered tensions with Moscow to reduce pressure on our nation. He was the first to demand that Europe do more for its own defense. And he kicked the Soviet Union out of the Middle East. Golda Meir noted that Richard Nixon was the greatest friend Israel ever had. And with a divided America, he bought time. And it was his strategic vision that laid the foundation for the collapse of the Soviet Union after his presidency. In 1994, Bob Dole predicted that the second half of the 20th century would be known as the age of Nixon. Dole called Richard Nixon the most durable figure of our time. And in his long career, he broke bread with, or shared, or stared down the likes of Winston Churchill, the man he called the largest human being of the 20th century, Charles de Gaulle, Konrad Adenauer, Chiang Kai-shek, Mao Zedong and Zhou Enlai, David Ben-Gurion, Golda Meir, Moshe Dayan, and of course Nikita Khrushchev and Leonid Brezhnev. President Nixon was a hero to the silent majority in America, people who believe in the dignity and importance of working hard, worshiping God, loving their families, and saluting the flag. Dole added that Nixon embodied the deepest feelings of the people he led. In his ultimate active service, he became the century's greatest architect of peace. In 1942, the Chief of Staff of the United States Army, George Marshall, went to Hollywood and asked the great director, Frank Capra, to produce a series of films for the American people entitled Why We Fight. One of the narrators of those films was a young captain of cavalry named Ronald Reagan. And in the Pacific, a young Navy lieutenant, younger than Ronald Reagan, named Richard Nixon, took those films to heart because he believed they reminded America of the most important part of that title. Why? Why demand sacrifice to defend this free republic against monstrous tyrannies? In a nation of 140 million people, 2/3 of Americans saw those films. Nixon was right. We have to discuss the why. It begs the question, that to defend an idea that began in the Judean desert 3,000 years ago, the idea of the West, does the West even understand what the West is? How can one defend civilization kinetically if it can't be defined, much less defended rhetorically? In 1886, a young Theodore Roosevelt said, "Societies that cultivate patriotism in the present by keeping alive the memory of what we owe to the patriotism of the past fill an indispensable role in this republic. No country will accomplish very much for the world at large unless it elevates itself." Now, President Trump actually channeled Teddy in a remarkable but sadly forgotten speech that he delivered in Warsaw in 2017 when he said that the defense of the West ultimately rests not only on means but also the will of our people to prevail. The fundamental question of our time is whether the West has the will to survive. Ladies and gentlemen, we are the heirs of Thucydides and Cicero, Constantine, Michelangelo, Shakespeare, Bach, Locke, Hans Christian Andersen, and Thomas Jefferson. The late David McCullough noted that reverence for these giants reinforces what we believe in, what we stand for, and what we ought to be willing to stand up for. Indifference to history isn't just ignorant, it is rude. Ours is an expression of 3,000 years of memory, what Chesterton described as the democracy of the dead that refuses to submit to the small and arrogant oligarchy of those who merely happen to be walking around. Ramon Aron put it simply, the Westerner is the man who accepts nothing unreservedly in our civilization except the liberty it allows him to create, to criticize, and the chance it offers to improve. We are now told with unrestrained fury to reject our tether to the past. We are surrendering our posterity to what Professor James Harkins of Harvard calls the devouring machine of ignorance and spite that in recent years has been cutting off the people of the West from our own history and making us ashamed of it. We have seen spread through our schools, institutions, and populations a malicious form of humility indistinguishable from self-hatred. This is the humility that humiliates, that seeks to blind Westerners to their magnificent traditions and rub their noses like misbehaving dogs in our worst offenses. In the United States, visit the presidential homes at Mount Vernon, Monticello, and Mount Pelier, and you will be surprised to learn that Washington, Jefferson, and Madison are nothing more than cardboard cutouts of slave drivers, not the children of the European Enlightenment who laid low the mightiest empire in history and gave the world its ultimate expression of ordered liberty under law. To strike at a nation's symbols is to question the nation's reason for being. Our heroes have been torn asunder and our history fetishized. Voices on the American right now unabashedly denounce Winston Churchill as equally responsible for World War II as Adolf Hitler. These same people argue that Ukraine must be subsumed into Holy Russia because Russia is somehow a civilization state. Why? Because Russia produces poets and pianists. Putin mouths pieties about the family with the patriarch of the Orthodox Church every Christmas. A patriarch whom our friends in Europe know is on the payroll of the secret police, as his father was, as his grandfather was, and his great-grandfather was on the payroll of the Okhrana. Meanwhile, Putin is actively persecuting Catholics, Protestants, evangelical Christians, and the Greek Orthodox. Professor John Mersheimer, as well as Tucker and Candace and a whole host, even argue that the invasion of the West of Ukraine is somehow the fault of Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, the Netherlands, Denmark, and the United States. Nowhere is this intersectional madness more apparent than in the case of Israel. When the left sees Israel and Hamas, it sees nothing more than critical race theory. As the Jewish people rose in response to the bloodiest event since the Holocaust, the world's oldest hatred reared its head in places once thought unimaginable. These are truly attacks on all of us. Western identity is uniquely tied to the history of the Jewish people. Harry Truman, upon recognizing the new state in 1948, charged that the United States itself was built upon the truths of freedom erected in the Judean desert. As he said, the fundamental basis of this nation's law was given to Moses on the Mount. The fundamental basis of our Bill of Rights comes from the teachings that we get from Exodus, from Isaiah, and St. Paul. Ladies and gentlemen, if Israel did not exist, the United Nations would go out of business. Anwar is an active agent of Hamas. 40% of the General Assembly resolutions in the last decade have been about one little country the size of New Jersey. Israel is the only permanent agenda item on the docket of the UN Human Rights Council, a council that says nothing when Bashar Assad murders 800,000 Muslims, when Pakistan forces 1 million Muslims back into the clutches of the Taliban, and is silent in 7 languages when the communist Chinese imprisoned 1 million Uyghurs in concentration camps worthy of Joseph Stalin. Only when Jews are involved does the UN become interested. That Turtle Bay is now aided in its war by some in the West is a further obscenity. You know, a few weeks ago, the new axis of evil paraded their solidarity at the entrance of Tiananmen Gate, looking out over the square where the communists massacred thousands of their fellow citizens in 1989. Nixon would have seen this act before. Masses of goose-stepping soldiers marching aside empty ballistic missiles and fighter aircraft that, like the Chinese army, have never been tested in battle unless, of course, like the People's Liberation Army, killing your own people counts as combat. Side by side with Xi were the theocratic fanatics from Iran, Korea's porcine Dark Age dictator, and Vladimir Putin representing his prison of peoples. The only personage missing from that rogues tableau was the late Fidel Castro, but never fear, the Havana Politburo was somewhere in the background. The message was clear. The West is no longer declining, it is dead. The liberal world order, policed by the United States and before that by the British Empire, is over. This display was a fundamental assault on historical truth. Xi rebranded the war in the Pacific as the war of resistance to Japanese aggression, with the Communist Party as the sole author of Japan's defeat. Xi thus claims glory for the new order, a glory that is a fabrication. Wipe out the Kuomintang's lead role in victory and you have erased Taiwan's reason for being. What is not a fabrication is Chinese hegemonic ambition buttressed by traditional Russian savagery and aided by what Dr. Sebastian Gorka calls Islamo-fascist Iran. At least Xi understands that one who controls the past controls the present. My fellow Southerner, the blessed William Faulkner, was more eloquent. The past is never dead. In fact, it is not even the past. Putin has been waging hybrid war on the West for decades, mounting assassinations, cyber attacks, and weaponizing migration to destabilize his neighbors. But he crossed the threshold. For the first time since 1949, NATO forces engaged Russians in NATO territory. Polish, Dutch, and Italian warplanes were scrambled to intercept more than 20 Russian drones that had entered Polish airspace. Russian drones and missiles also struck EU and NATO legations in Kiev. There is no precedent for what happened in the skies over Poland. One thing is clear. Vladimir Putin's appetite for escalating risk is mounting. But before I go any further, let me knock down one revisionist shibboleth. As Russia's death toll reaches 10 times the number of Americans who perished in my own father's decade-long war in Vietnam, and as Putin unleashes traditional Russian savagery on civilians because he is stalemated on the battlefield, He wants you to believe that little nations like the Netherlands and Estonia and Latvia are responsible for his barbaric acts in Ukraine because they advocated the expansion of NATO, thus creating an insecure Russia and forcing it to lash out. The argument has two key flaws. First, NATO is a defensive alliance and has sadly been shrinking exponentially in terms of its military capabilities since the fall of the Berlin Wall. The Kremlin's complaints about the alliance tend to spike only after democracy breaks out in Russia's near abroad. Secondly, Putin fears democracy and the threat that it poses to his regime, and not NATO expansion. Taking the latter off of the table will not quell his rapacious appetite. The declared goal of the invasion, the denazification of Ukraine, is a code for the end game: anti-democratic regime change while restoring Russia's fated empire. And Ukraine is the key. Like Xi, Putin is rewriting history. Denazification is the continuation of a Russian lie that it alone won the Second World War and is still entitled to the spoils of victory. Peruse any Putin-approved Kremlin history, and you will not read that it was the industrial strength and wealth of the United States and the British Empire waging a global as opposed to a continental war that kept the Soviet Union afloat in the wake of Stalin's diplomatic and military blunders, his own alliance with Adolf Hitler, and his psychotic massacre of the Red Army's officer corps. With the notable exceptions of countries like Poland, the Baltics, Finland, Sweden, the renewed emphasis on defense of the Danes and the Dutch, which are rapidly expanding their military capabilities in the face of increased Russian aggression, there is almost a sense, according to London's Daily Telegraph, that the largest European nations are sleepwalking toward disaster. In London and Paris, the main priority appears to be working out which domestic spending programs, such as fixing potholes around Westminster, come from reducing the defense budget, while the nations I just mentioned, including all of Scandinavia, are dedicated to increasing their strength and capabilities. Tiny Lithuania can put more troops in the field than the combined armies of Britain and Germany, the world's fifth and fourth largest economies. So, whether the United States. Richard Nixon knew that British history gives us the answer. Lord Esher, the confidant of King Edward VII, was able to contrast the differences in strategic outlook between the British global superpower and its European-centric rival, Imperial Germany. Writing in 1904, Escher noted that the issues confronting Berlin were simple and stable compared with those affecting our worldwide empire, and they are purely military. Whereas there is hardly any point on the Earth's surface which can change ownership, and certainly not a modification in the relative power of two foreign states that can take place without affecting the national strategy of Great Britain. Substitute Britain for America. It is America with interests in preserving the stability in Europe and the Pacific. Our basic strategic posture has not changed, as I mentioned in the previous discussion, since Thomas Jefferson's presidency. The protection of the liberal world order is essential for the continued safety and prosperity of the American nation. The freedom to navigate the global commons has expanded beyond our 19th century sea lanes to include air, space, and cyber. Britain's Georgian and Victorian strategic imperative was to prevent a single power from dominating the European continent. For the United States, this means preventing one nation or a combination of nations from dominating any one of the commons. During the rivalry with the Soviet Union, the prospect of defending the commons was conceptually easy. However, the rise of China, revanchist Russia, and militant Islam convinced many, particularly on the right, that the world is far too complicated for traditional strategic thinking, and that we must once again retreat beyond our oceans, or at best withdraw from all parts of the world. Who cares who controls the wheat fields of Ukraine? Ladies and gentlemen, that is a prescription for national suicide. America's military, economic, and cultural power is indispensable if we are to preserve our civilization. Golda Meir warned us that when someone tells you over and over again he wants to kill you, believe him. And we had better believe Xi, Putin, and the mullahs. We have come to this again. The control of the Eurasian landmass is once again control of the world. In partnership with Europe, as much as the United States, it is incumbent upon us to rediscover our historic virtues and fulfill them, or if not, betray 3,000 years of human progress. Who is in charge of the clattering train? The axles creak and the couplings strain, for the pace is hot and the points are near, and sleep hath deadened the driver's ear, and the signals flash through the night in vain, because death is in charge of the clattering train. So recited Winston Churchill, as the tide of appeasement overwhelmed the traditional good sense of the British people, while Germany rearmed and Hitler swallowed Central Europe piece by piece. When the reckoning was finally tallied, over 40 million were dead, and the great man lamented, "There never was a war more easy to stop than that which has just wrecked what was left of the world from the previous struggle. The malice of the wicked was reinforced by the weakness of the virtuous." So we have reached that point again. We still have time to stave off disaster by confronting the malice of the wicked before someone utters the most lamentable words in the English language, "Too late." Dick Nixon would know what to do. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your kindness and attention. Thank you for being here, and thank you to the Nixon Foundation.
Thank you again, Secretary Wilkie, for those wise words to wrap up the Grand Strategy Summit this year. As we finish, I would just want to take a moment to thank all of our participants, our panelists, our sponsors, all of you for attending. I want to thank the great Nixon Foundation team for organizing this Grand Strategy Summit, especially Jamison Feltz. And I want to acknowledge our board of directors who joined us over these past 2 days. Our goal with the Grand Strategy Summit is to look forward 20 years into the future, 30 years, 50 years at America's role in the world. We've done that over the past 2 days. We're going to continue to do that, and we look forward to being back here next year. Please follow the Richard Nixon Foundation on our website, nixonfoundation.org, our social media channels, YouTube @Nixon Foundation, to watch these sessions again, read the recaps, and stay tuned for the next year's Grand Strategy Summit. Thank you again for being here. Safe travels to you, and we'll see you next year at the Grand Strategy Summit.